You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Here we go, back after a few weeks, Bassmaster Live. Coming to you, the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024, having rounded the halfway post a few weeks ago at Lake Murray. We are in the inward part of our season right now. We haven't reached the home stretch yet. We got a lot of action to go between now and then, starting with this event right here. Wheeler Lake, the 14th time B.A.S.S. has been to this Tennessee River Lake. And at the pro level, at the top level, we got 100 anglers out there today on day one of 4 days of fishing. Can't wait to get it started. To help us through, a man who has put in his time on Wheeler Lake and all the other Tennessee Lake, one on the Tennessee River, classic champ and two-time angler of the year, Davey Hyde. What are you looking for today? Are we going to get to see a lot of different stuff? We love that.
I think you nailed it right there, Tommy Sanders. We will see a lot of different stuff. I think we can see anglers fish from one dam to the other, all the way up to Guntersville Dam, all the way down to Wheeler Lake Dam, about 60 miles of fishable water, and I think we'll see some shallow fishing and some deep offshore stuff. So very interesting week.
We've seen a lot of different winning approaches through the years, and we can't wait to see what we're going to learn today, and the learning starts right now.
2021 is my second year on the Elites, and you know the win came at a great time, and obviously any win will come at a good time. But since then, you know, you get that win and you kind of feel like you've established your name, not basically proven yourself, but I mean, you've already proven yourself. All of us 100 guys here have proven that we're really good fishermen, but kind of gives you that solidification. But you know, moving forward after that, you obviously just want to win again, and I tried to do that for a little while, and I kind of started finishing bad, so I just went back to fishing the way I do, trying to be consistent and just let the good finishes come as far as, you know, moving forward after that win. And now we're in year 5, I think, so time moves pretty fast, for sure.
It's been a tough practice for me. You know, I think there's fish shallow, there's fish deep. This lake in particular anyway has a lot more of that shallow habitat, and a lot more fish stay shallow all summer long. But I don't know, we're gonna run around today, fish places where I know they live, just try to fish, have fun, and be confident, and do what I know to do on the Tennessee River, and hopefully we'll figure something out as it goes, because as far as practice goes, I've got a couple places, but I don't have anything where I know I can go sit down and make this cast and say, hey, I'm gonna catch a bass right here. So we're gonna have to figure it out on the fly, but it's all good. Happy to be here.
So yeah, the bass start eating the mayfly nymphs coming up. They're, you know, 1.5 to 2 inches, little bitty baits, and they can gorge on them. So I've seen it turn the bite off, I mean, terribly for normal baits, but I have a little bait they'll bite sometimes if you can find some fish, but I never found them. So we may go try that. I mean, come in late, we may go look for it, but yeah, you can just see them. Oh, I can't catch one, but so that's part of why the bite's off too.
Gotcha.
What's up, guys? Stop number 6 of the Bassmaster Elite Series out here on Lake Wheeler in Alabama. Finally kind of a little bit of a home swing for me. I'm from about 3.5 hours from here, but unfortunately, Lake Wheeler's been super, super stingy this week. I got people throwing jigs at me, hadn't been catching many fish. It's been a really tough practice, and it's gonna be a freaking grind today, but we're gonna go out there and, you know, work our butts off, and hopefully we come in with 5 big ones.
Logan Parks and Steve Kennedy fighting off jigs, fighting off mayflies. The battle has already begun here on day number 1. Again, we got 100 anglers out there today. They'll fish full field today and tomorrow, trying to cut it down to 50 for Saturday, and then championship Sunday with 10 anglers. There's your TH Marine Weather Watch. Going to be a good warm one today, up to 92 degrees. But humidity's still kind of manageable. That's going to change over the course of the weekend. It's going to be a sweaty one out there. These guys are used to that.
They definitely are, and the fishing will be a little different. It's a little later in the year. We've been here in June quite a few times. It seems to be better fishing in the southeast in the month of May, April and May, than there is in June. But this is a great place. Tennessee River is certainly a good place to be this time of year. I totally agree with Brandon Lester saying this particular lake, you have a lot more opportunities shallow than a lot of the other TVA lakes.
We were talking about it, Davey, at least on the live well and some of the preview things, talking with guys like Sam George who live around Decatur and the Wheeler Lake. This place is kind of like a waterway that we just shuffle water through Wheeler and Wilson to get it from Gunnersville to Pickwick. And so oftentimes Wheeler stays higher in the spring, maybe delays the spawn, keeps fish shallower into the summer. So I'm looking forward to having that battle of do I go shallow, do I go deep? Having that mayfly hatch could help those shallow guys compete as well.
Yep. It was 2 weeks ago. We'd had plenty of rain driving the current and stuff like that. Luckily for us, or not, it stopped a couple of weeks ago, so that's going to change things a little bit.
Definitely will change things. The first dry period they've had in this area for the last, probably all spring, just in the last few weeks.
Let's take it out to a man who has also put in his time on Lake Wheeler and all these Alabama impoundments. Two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle.
Back at him, boys. I'm gonna work back down the same stretch. Right after we went off live last time, I jumped off about a 3-pounder. It looked to be a smallmouth. I couldn't really see looking into the sun, and I've had 2 more bites on a chatterbait that just didn't get it, so I swapped over to something, a shad kind of bait. It's a new Maverick. It's a paddle jerk bait. It's a 110. It's a really soft shad looking color. It's something I can keep right above the grass because it's only about 4 to 6 foot out there, but I can make shorter cast. Throwing it on a 12-pound line, just kind of twitching it around. See if I can make one react to that, because I've had 5 or 6 hit my chatterbait this morning and not get it. Make another little pass down it and we'll move around.
These guys got started about an hour ago. Gerald Swindle is on the board so far today. We'll show you some of the action from earlier this morning with Gerald Swindle.
Yeah, take a look here. The first hour of fishing this week will be very, very important. Sometimes you hear the angler say that, and it turns out not to be quite the truth. Not that they are trying to deceive you, but there's a longer bite oftentimes. But I do agree. We've heard a couple anglers say how important the first hour will be here this week. It definitely will be. Seems like as the summer progresses, and then the current slows down, early morning is huge, especially for your opportunity to catch smallmouth.
3 fish and not very big so far for Swindle.
Yeah, and Davey, if you've been here, let's just say like a John Cruz or a Gerald Swindle since the beginning of the Elite Series, you've been here 4 times, 08, 09, 11, and 16. And through that, Gerald, I think, was talking about it earlier, you've seen Wheeler go from low water conditions at times or no grass, a lot of grass. It's really changed a lot over the years. Really good fishing at times and then really tough fishing at times. And so we're kind of like, I feel like we're in the mixture of all of those.
Yeah, the good thing is you're seeing a lot of smaller fish. You see Gerald there with some keepers, but a lot of the smaller fish. That's a good sign for the future here of Lake Wheeler.
Let's go to another angler who, like Davey Height, has won on the Tennessee River, on Pickwick, Brandon Lester.
Well, we got 2 in the box. They're small, but that's 2 bites anyway. There's some fish around. I mean, I'm just trying to take advantage of early morning, low light conditions, and just put some fish in the box this morning. I know everybody's probably disappointed. They wanted to see me out on a juicy offshore spot, cranking a big plug or throwing a big worm, and trust me, that's where I want to be too, but I did not find that magic spot this week, so we're gonna have to grind it out and fish for them, but not many places I'd rather be right now than on the Tennessee River, so. Life is good. I feel like doing this deal right here, you might catch a 12 or 13 incher, you might catch a 6 or 7 pounder. I mean, big ones live around this bank grass and stuff, especially on Wheeler Lake also, so. I mean, there's always a good population of fish shallow here, so we're just gonna keep running around and doing what I feel like I need to do. We're gonna fish about maybe another 100, 150 yards right down through here, and then we're gonna make a little move to another little spot. We're doing all right.
Talked to Brandon Lester yesterday, and he found a couple places offshore, but not that there are any secrets on the Tennessee River anymore. He said these couple places where he did find some fish, no other other fishermen would be fishing those. He's boat 93, so he said, I'm not even going to try to go to the couple places I did find some fish offshore on my first day, being boat 93.
Seems like summertime, the boat draw has always been a big part.
Oh, it is.
Part of the calculus you have to work through.
Even though it flips tomorrow, I know you want to be first out there in the morning on the first day to put pressure on them, but obviously if Brandon feels like he needs to zag and go up shallow, he can do that. Current will be important. If it's not rolling right now, you can still roll up there at 10 o'clock when it starts going or whatever and be able to catch them.
Absolutely. We've seen tournaments in the past here, B.A.S.S events, where guys made all their hay at 9, probably 10 to 11 when they usually start generating for sure in the summertime. A lot of generation during that, and we've seen anglers that have very little in the live well until that point in the day. So we'll see. There's people like Brandon Lester, Logan Parks, we've got cameras with today that do have a lot of history here, and they were a little more optimistic than some of the others, knowing that, hey, it's not the end of the world. I have to go fish shallow, try to put a few keepers in the box, and then do something different later in the day.
Brandon Lester on the board here, and he mentioned catching everything from 1.5 pounds to a 6 pounder. What's really the gold standard? A 4 is pretty much solid gold here.
Yeah, and has for a long time. Like Ronnie mentioned, this lake is a little different than the Guntersville as far as the top end weight. So, and it does fluctuate from year to year. I've seen it over the last 25 years, but a solid limit here really has always been 17 pounds. If you can do that every day, you're going to make the top 10 here in most every event for 4 days.
There's a different lay of the land, or the lake, if you will, with Wes Logan, who's won here on the Elite Series in Alabama on the Coosa River.
Way up in a place, it's kind of protected, but there's a
Wes Logan's so far away from civilization that civilization can't hear it from there. We got some footage to show you from earlier today.
See, I like the variety. I like to see a little frogging in the morning and maybe a big plug later in the day. There's nothing wrong with that. Let me add to what I mentioned earlier. 17 pounds a day has always been solid here. That's for a 4-day event. It takes 20 plus pounds to win here. It has for the last few weeks in local tournaments. I mean, that's for single or 2-day events, it takes 20 plus pounds to do well here, almost every single event.
Be with Wes Logan all day long. Also, we're going to be with our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader so far for 2024, and that is Trey McKinney.
And if it wasn't for a poor, pitiful 12th place finish at Toledo, we've seen Trey on live every single event this season, and most of the time for at least 2 or 3 of the 4-day tournament.
This is live.
Stop it.
What's the size limit, Ronnie?
So it's smallmouth have to be 15 and spots and largemouth 12 inch.
Yes. Whereas when we go to Smith Lake in a week and a half, 2 weeks, I think it's 15 for spotted bass.
Yeah.
So that'll be the strategy we talk about.
Got a new leader, John Garrett, with the 4-pounders of over 11.5 pounds. Just took over the lead.
We just mentioned about those 4-pounders. They're like gold.
Kyle Welcher just added a 4.25 pounder to his weight. He's only got a couple fish. That's his first fish.
I don't.
Several people putting Kyle Welcher on their fantasy teams. It's kind of a he's about due sort of situation, I think, probably.
And with the in and the out type of way we're fishing this week, that you need a guy who's okay with junking around.
Yeah, you know, I think even with the cameras this week when we were discussing, I mean, how do you not put one with Gerald Swindle? He's got to be due.
Sucking.
And there's a lot of history on the Tennessee River.
And, Davey, we're getting to the point in the season where if you're in 90th, 85th, 80th, you got to catch them today. And if you don't catch them today, your classic hopes are gone. You got to, and for those who are even lower, they got to catch them today. They'll have to catch them tomorrow so they can make the classic.
Yep.
1 pound.
Well, it didn't take long for the 19-year-old rookie to get going this season. Before we knew it, he was in the lead in Progressive Angler of the Year points. Started out down in Texas with a couple of events. Toledo Bend and Lake Fork. Trey McKinney, great performances. Winning at Lake Fork included in that.
That day 3 at Murray will be one that we need to circle and keep an eye on, because it was within still 5 points between Trey and Jordan, but Jordan fell on day 3 and Trey extended to 30, because look at that, Tommy, 12th, 1st, 6th, 17th, and 6th. Man.
That's absolutely incredible for anyone to have that kind of a start, especially a 19-year-old rookie.
Absolutely.
I mean, honestly, that's an incredible
Absolutely
start.
off the chain. Obviously something special going on with this young man. It's been fun to watch. He is full of energy, and he just seems to land on the right places.
He certainly does. I'd say that's the right place, the right size.
Great footage from Lake Fork. 130 pounds. Oh my goodness, what a performance.
1.5 pounds from the all-time weight record. Then we go to the Harris chain of lakes, and he was leading AOI, so we were with him on day 1, and we never left him. Tommy stayed on camera all 4 days.
Got it
St.
choked.
John's River. That's where a lot of fast starts can get derailed a little bit, but not in this case.
You know, the Texas swing early in the year, those tournaments were similar, and you'd think, well, the Florida tournaments will be also, but those 2 Florida tournaments, very, very different fishing, very different techniques there for Trey McKinney. Hats off to him for continuing the streak, the momentum through those 2 Florida tournaments, and then at Lake Murray, obviously being a very, very different fishery there with the blueback herring being the big player there that week.
He's going to get his 4th check for
It's
leading
going to
the
be an interesting
AOI
day,
at
guys.
this event.
And all this grass, since I'm not moving any currents, floating everywhere, makes it so easy to throw a jerkbait. It's a dream. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, look, got grass. I'm not gonna be able to throw it.
A lot of vegetation on the Tennessee River. It's what keeps the fishing so good, in my opinion. And these lakes vary. Wheeler Lake still has some eelgrass, not as much as Guntersville.
Ow.
But it can be an issue trying to fish crankbaits and jerkbaits. You hear Trey talking there, that looking at these fish on its forward facing, getting these fish to react. And a lot of times they'll follow the bait, and you have to keep doing little special things with the bait to get those fish to bite. And if you get eelgrass on your bait, that all goes south in a hurry.
I'd say that it's no diss against Wheeler if it doesn't have as much as eelgrass as Guntersville, because I don't know another lake in the country that does. Guntersville, when it exploded a few years ago with eelgrass returning, it is everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of folks wish they could take some down to a little below Palatka, Florida there on Lake George, and put a little Guntersville eelgrass in there. Great for fishing. It is great for the fishery, but sometimes frustrating to fish around and in.
The one good thing about it is a more harder, crisper type of grass, so you can, jerk baits free of it and through it.
As long as it's still attached to the bottom. When it floats on the surface,
it gets a little more spaghetti noodle.
Yeah, exactly. And oftentimes that floating grass, it piles up right on a current seam, right on the edge of a current seam, and that's exactly where those fish want to be.
Yeah. Let's take it back over to Gerald Swindle again. Gerald with 3 fish in the boat last time we checked in with him.
Gerald and Trey, real close to takeoff there.
We should be able to get a bite right here too. Stay on there, baby.
Solid fish, it looked like.
Don't you try to jump on me again. Don't you do it. Not big, but I'll take him. I had his mouth pin wide open. He was riding the pain train down through there. He said, all right, you have to get number 4 if you're ever gonna get to number 5. They ain't what I want, but everything's a start to build on.
Number 4.
Yeah, closing in on a limit here. We got a few limits in the boat among our 100 anglers out there today. We got a lot of fishing on the way for you here on Bassmaster Live. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Per Bass Track, it's John Garrett. We'll see angler on top. Cliff Prince right behind him, earliest limit today. Notched by Cliff Prince. John Cruz, who has a good record here, especially back in 2016 and the tournament before that. I'm surprised more people weren't picking him. Cooper Gallant and Brandon Polinick also has done well here through the years. We will keep up with them all when we get back. Bassmaster Live back on the mighty Tennessee River. You know, we didn't get to go to the Tennessee River except for a classic last year up at the top end of the river, so we are happy to be back here at Wheeler Lake. So much Bassmaster history here. And some catching going on out there today. Logan Parks, Alabama angler, finished in the top 40 in that EQ Open event.
Berkeley football
St.
jig,
Croix Open
accent
last year
jigger
here.
crawl. It's a start, and we are not going to 0 today. Golly, that felt good. Whew.
See a little football jig
It's a good
offshore.
keeper, good solid keeper. Pound 3/4. Let's get it started. Numero uno.
Talked to Logan a little yesterday. He mentioned he'd throw the football jig a little bit. Had a later boat draw than what he wanted also. Said, I'll be fishing offshore.
Just let me know. So we're out here just fishing a main river bar, dragging a football jig around across a little bit of shell. Just caught my first keeper. It was a little under 2 pounds, and feels good to get to break the ice, but we got some work to do. There's some fish here. I can kind of see them sitting out there on the tip of this little deal on that 360. And just dragging a Berkeley football jig around with a max cent sugar crawl on the back of it. Feels good to lay the wood to them on this thing. There's definitely some fish here. That's a good sign, because we were, I guess, 0 for 3 on starting spots this morning. 4th time's the charm. Maybe we catch us a big one, big old bonus 5-pounder.
Well,
John Cruz filled his limit with a 3.9. He's up to 15 pounds even, back in the lead.
It's impressive. Your man Logan Parks.
Top half of our field in the AOY, 49th coming into this event.
Right in the middle.
What's crazy is you could be in the top half of our field overall and be in the bottom half of the Rookie of the Year standings.
That's
with
true.
the way it's gone this year.
That is the case, right?
Yeah.
Steve Kennedy, who's been with the Elite Series since the very start, has got 3 wins. The Elite. Alabama, Auburn.
Not good. They've really turned the water down. I came up here and got a couple of bites in practice and caught one pretty easy, but so far I've had one bull on a glide bait. I threw my usual spinnerbait around. Tried some top water, tried a little bit of everything, and just even picked up my jigs. But the only thing that showed any signs of life was this big glide bait. So I'm just trying to cover as much water as I can. Looking for a crazy one. Did I tell you it's been a tough practice? It was, I had a really tough one. I've got some other stuff, but it's 70 miles away the other way, so we're committed to staying up here and fishing all day. Staying in the river anyway.
Hope this works out for Steve Kennedy. I like what he's doing. It's certainly an area that has a lot of history. It's a long run
They
from
are going to turn
Eagle
the water
Park.
on at noon, so
This time of year, certainly some
at least more than what we have now.
good strings of fish caught up there.
I don't know if we'll be up here.
If you were with us earlier, Steve Kennedy talking about how the mayflies were offering a little too much competition for his lures out there during the course of his practice, kind of what made it tough for him. He's one of so many of our anglers who are looking for something a little bit different, just something to separate themselves from everybody and hopefully have a good result.
Yep, and part of that is making that long run, just getting away from the crowds, something a little different.
I was worried when I sent Steve the promo that he was going to be on live. You know how you can like and heart, you know, a text message from somebody? He disliked the photo, and I was like, oh no, it's been bad. And then he changed it, and it was a like. He accidentally clicked the wrong button, but I was like, man, he's really not looking forward to tomorrow, but that's not necessarily the case.
I mean,
Gerald Swindle.
45 minutes later, you can still hear him. Brrr, brrr, brrr.
This could be number 5 for Gerald.
Yeah.
Looks like it is.
5. You can't get to 5 till you catch 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. See what I'm saying? That's a 1.5 pound.
White chatterbait.
I was just thinking to myself something crazy. I was thinking to get up here on top of this and fish it backwards. Everybody's sitting out there throwing up on it. I think I'm gonna go right in here where the grass quits growing and throw all the way back across it that way. There's some scattered clumps out here on this flat that probably, I ain't getting many baits washed by it.
You're talking about scattered clumps of eelgrass. That's one good thing when there's not a lot of vegetation. If you can find those isolated clumps, each clump can hold fish. When you have, like at Gunnersville, where you have the whole lake full of vegetation, it's hard to sort out where the productive areas are or not. But usually when it's sparse, any clump you can find in the right depth.
Surprised me to see one right
potentially
back
hold
in
fish.
here, honestly. Yeah, they live here.
God, my drag's loose.
Gonna have to tighten that up. Well, he ain't a big one, but I like his attitude. Hey, he's 12 1/4. We will take it.
Tennessee angler Brandon Lester We recruited him to give us our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Hey everybody, Elite Series Pro Brandon Lester here. It's June, we're on the Tennessee River this week, and one thing that happens, you know, this time of the year all up and down the Tennessee River, you get these mayfly hatches, and that's definitely going on here this week. And a big key to doing that is throwing something that kind of imitates those mayflies, because it's kind of a food chain deal. Those mayflies will hit the water, then the bluegill come up, start popping at them, and then the bass will also eat the bluegill and the mayflies as well. So one of my favorite baits when that's going on is definitely just a little frog. This is a live target, hollow body frog. That's where you want to throw this frog. You cover a lot of water with it. Low light conditions, early in the morning, late in the afternoon are really, really good, but you can catch them all day doing this. So give it a try, the live target frog.
Looking forward to seeing Brandon doing some frog fishing, some of these other guys too, maybe today, as we get through the day.
I think we'll see that.
Yes.
West Logan a little earlier. I think we'll see more of that this week.
Huh? Yeah, I'm just running around kind of fishing some history. I didn't even practice in here. I know good ones live in here. I know it's the right kind of habitat. We just caught another 12.5 incher. I mean, that's just a keeper, but I saw Scott Canterbury when I was coming in. He said he's only got one small one. I mean, Scott don't live much further than I do from here. He's fished this place more than I have. You know, it's fishing tough this week. I'm telling. I mean, there's no doubt the fish live here. Somebody's gonna catch them really good, but if I can just stay around some fish and generate bites, I feel like at some point throughout the day, I'm gonna run into a decent fish. So we're just old school Tennessee River fishing right now is what we're doing. Fishing what looks good. I got a swim jig, a buzz bait, and something to flip with, and that's pretty much our program right now.
Brandon in his 10th year, the Bassmaster Elite Series. He was 16th here back in 2016.
Talked to him at the Classic in the Expo and told him this didn't want to interview him in the Expo anymore. He needs to be on the water in the Classic. It's been such a staple in his career. He hadn't missed but just one or two in his 10 years.
Yeah.
And the first one I think he missed was really early in his career. And so Lester did it right in the last 3 events. He's moved up into the top 20 in Angler of the Year. So getting closer to being safe.
Yeah, starting this one at 19th. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Brandon Lester. How about our Unlock the Lake now? Let's take a look at how our anglers are situated here on Lake Guntersville. We saw Will Davis all the way to the tail race there. Steve Kennedy up the river as well near the Guntersville Dam. Just keep on down the river. Classic champ Justin Hammer also decided opting for a little river fishing today. Another classic champion. Not quite as far up there.
Yes, it's not surprising to see a few anglers up there. To be honest with you, I thought there'd be a couple more up there right at the dam with Will Davis, but he's got it all to himself. We'll have to keep an eye on how he does. But you get down around Eagle Harbor, right in downtown Decatur, and fishing is always good there. Honestly, there's a little more spread out through this stretch all the way down the lake than I thought they might be. I thought the flats would be more crowded than they seem to be this morning. A lot of anglers said they were having a tough practice out there, and apparently so. You see so many of the anglers out on the river itself, on the main river ledge, away from the shoreline of the river. Got a lot of vegetation along the river banks here, so it wouldn't be surprising to see guys up there in that shallow vegetation, but it looks like they're spread out all the way down to the lower end, First and Second Creek, which I've never quite understood how Second Creek is closest to the dam and First Creek is the next one, but hey, I didn't name them.
Especially when you got 50 miles of lake the other way and it's not the First Creek, no matter which way.
It's nowhere near the First Creek, either way you want to play it, but it's a lot closer if you come from the dam.
Christopher Columbus. It was the first
That's
creek he
right.
saw, and then the
Blame
name
it
went
on
down
him.
to the next
John
one.
Garrett.
John Garrett out there in first place, just barely ahead of John Cruz. It's a good battle at the top. These two have separated themselves by a little bit from the rest of the pack, which also includes Brandon Polnick and Alex Redwine, Cliff Prince, Limit Early, Cooper Gallant of Canada, Tyler Williams of Maine, Clifford Perch, Pat Schlopper, and all the rest. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake in Alabama is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Close to getting the first 2 hours of fishing under our belt here, full field. And on top of that leaderboard, we see a winner already this season. Harris Chain of Lakes down in Florida, John Garrett. Out here to make the best of his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series. John Cruz, the veteran, been here the whole campaign for the Bassmaster Elites. In second place, Brandon Polnick now has moved up into third place. And right now, we're going to talk about the Mercury move of the day. I guess it would have to be John Garrett moving right to the top. If you're going to go to the top.
Yeah, him and Brandon Polnick, Tommy, trying to go back-to-back in top 10s here at Wheeler. I believe he was in the top 10 at the Open last time we were here in 2023. Okay. Brandon Polnick got second place. So, Davey Height, when we're seeing a bunch of 1.5s get caught, having everything bigger than that's not too bad of a start.
Yeah, you nailed it there. Just looking at his first fish being a 3-pounder. That 1-2-pounder he's got all day to get rid of, and that'll put him right where we talked about. That 17 pounds is, to me, the magic number here on Wheeler Lake. Not a surprise to see John Garrett doing well here, though.
Well, it's great to have you with us here. We got Bassmaster Live up and going after about a month's respite. That seems like a long layoff for us. We've been so busy during the course of this year. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Of course, we got the great Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, and the Such, Mike Sukon, in here as well. And Davey, we're getting to see, as we always hope for, a little bit of diversity in approaches here and different things working out there.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of diversity is going to be the key here this week. I think you have to be diverse to be able to do well in this event. The good thing about Wheeler Lake is there's always some fish shallow. I think we'll see some anglers fishing shallow this week, but we're all looking forward to the offshore fishing as the tournament progresses. It is the Tennessee River. It is June, and we will see that be a player too. I truly think the winner of this event this week will have to fish shallow and deep and maybe mix it up throughout the day. Not always just shallow in the mornings, but sometimes in the afternoon also.
All right. Ronnie Moore, I know you got some stuff loaded and ready to go for us here.
Yes, indeed.
Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge.
You guys talked about it. You know, we've been here like 14 or 15 times in B.A.S.S history overall. I think we had a Bassmaster Classic that Tommy Martin won a long time ago on the Tennessee River here in Decatur. But over at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, wanted to highlight the past 4 elite events that we've had here, 2008, 2009, 2011, and 2016. And this was the winning weights of those events. Obviously, starting it off 2008 with Jeremy Stark's victory, 78 pounds, 10 ounces. We had a 3-day event that was shortened. That was the earliest that we've had an event there. I think that was a mid-March. It was one of the first events of the season. I think maybe the 3rd or 4th event of the year. Mid-March for Wheeler, and it was 50 pounds, 13 ounces. Tommy Biffle won that one. And then the next time we came a few years later, I think, and Davey, you can attest to this or not, maybe this was when Wheeler kind of was in a little bit of a downturn. The fishing was tough. The fish weren't as healthy as they had previously been, and that are, you know, now they're much healthier, especially as we see the results there. But David Walker won with 63.10 in 2011, and then Takahiro Omori, our highest weight, and a huge comeback on that final day, 81 pounds, 6 ounces, and he did that right outside of Ingalls Harbor on the Decatur Flats. So we've seen some offshore fishing from Starks, from Walker, from Takahiro, even though he wasn't deep, and then obviously Tommy Biffle in that 3-day weather-shortened event there. And so where that winning weight will be, who knows, but if you're getting close to that 18 to 20 pounds, you know you're in contention to win. So we've got some good history at Wheeler. A lot more Elite Series visits here than you'd expect based on, you know, like the popularity of it. We've been there now 5 times.
Yeah,
That's
the
quite a
B.A.S.S
bit.
Tour, the top 150s, and
For
the years
sure.
before that. Really good stuff. Mike Sukon, we're going to get to you in just a little bit. I know you're watching the big picture. What's on your mind right now?
Oh, the numbers on AOY McKinney. You know, through 5 events last year, right now he's got 7 less points than Cobb did at this point last year.
Okay.
And he needs to average around 36th place to get to that
What you
point
got?
total that Welcher won.
Really? Jeez. One 2-pounder?
You been here for a while?
Like 10 minutes maybe.
Anybody else been here?
No. You blast them off your place over there?
Small. 2 bigs off the old Money Hill thing.
Dadgummit.
Lost one there.
You can fish if you want to.
I got 2 2-pounders.
You catch them on Money Hill?
I do.
Really? Good luck.
All this stuff's covered up.
I know, dude. It is. That's why I can't, like, when I ran by here, there's no one on it. I was like,
I can't stop.
yeah. Because it looked like there was somebody on my other place down there.
Tournament leader John Garrett talking, who's got him, talking to Logan Parks, who needs to get him.
It's good for them to have this discussion. And,
Yeah.
you know, John Garrett with the limit, solid limit, certainly doesn't need to pull up there and fish around Logan Parks. He said, you're welcome to join me if you want to, but he's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
He is good.
He is
Sitting on top right now. Brandon Lester doing what he calls just some old school Tennessee River fishing on this day. Trying to poke around and find some keepers, which he has.
Till you saw that little opening on the map, Davey. I thought he just went over and jumped a highway to get there or something, but you see the little opening, he sneaks into the backwater.
Don't get our fans going about somebody jumping a highway.
Well, about going to be a little short.
Our fans, don't get our anglers started. What are you talking about?
Good point.
Just kidding.
That goes without saying.
Yeah. Better point. Yeah, that's a close one there.
Actually a keeper.
Largemouth and spotted bass have to be at least 12 inches long. Smallmouth,
He's a line
15
burner.
on
He's a keeper.
Lake Wheeler.
Yeah, that's right.
Brandon Lester definitely mixed it up for us. We've seen a buzz bait, a chatterbait, a jig, now a frog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon, a very diverse fisherman, but he mentioned when we were with him earlier this morning, also yesterday when I was talking to him, he would rather be out there on that main river.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he enjoys doing more on the Tennessee River this time of year, but just was not able to put it together. First 2 days of practice, he said he spent the whole days out there and fished shallow a little bit on the final day and was able to catch some keepers. Felt like he needed to do that to get a few fish in the boat this morning and then maybe go out and fish deeper.
One big thing as well, Davey, if you're practicing out there and they're not flowing current, they're not moving the water, and you get a bite or you find a group of fish offshore, when they do fire up the water and there is current flowing, those fish, they could swim 50 to 100 yards to the current eddy.
Sure.
You know, whereas when there's no current, they're up on the flat just roaming around and you get a bite. They may reposition completely, and the guy down from you that's fishing the same region could be on where your fish are headed, you know? And so that's a hard balance. If you didn't find enough contingent, you really need that water to start moving to group them.
Yeah. And you're right, it can happen in a hurry. The Tennessee River and the Coosa rivers,
It looks awful
man, those
good
fish,
for it, but I thought when
they live it every day,
fished
and when
any of
that
this kind of
water
grass,
starts
there's not
moving,
a lot
they
of this stuff
position.
in the river. I don't even know what you call that stuff. But I thought when I got that bite that they might be in it.
It may have just been a fluke bite, I don't know.
Two hours in, we've almost got 2/3 of the field with fish on bass track. Well, more than 2/3, 69 now.
That's good.
But Trey McKinney, who's came in 30 points ahead of Jordan Lee, is 66 with Jordan Lee 68 right now. Watch that race.
Yeah.
That's surprising to hear those two.
You do not want to. You expect Corey and Chris Johnston, who are in 3rd and 4th in points right below them, you expect them to gain points in the last 2 events on you. You don't want to give back your lead and then Wheeler or Smith when you're not expected, you know, to give up points.
Let's get back up to Elk River. Was way up there last time. Still is way up there. West Logan.
Elk River has always been an area through the years so you could catch a solid limit there. Maybe not that 20-pound limit that you need most times on this section of the Tennessee River. But
because when they're wanting to eat it, you can't hardly get it away from them. But there could be a hour bite window where you just smash them.
We heard from Wes Takeoff there, said, you know, had a win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that just makes you want some more. He says the time is going by real fast. He's ready for another one right now. His first one here in Alabama, Coosa River, Neely Henry Lake.
yeah, a lot of history there. West Logan fished Neely Henry his entire life, and it paid off for him. 57 pounds, 9 ounces. Caught a couple good ones late in the day on the 3rd day and the final day to make a big difference. Wasn't catching the numbers that some of these other anglers were, but those 4-pounders go a long way on Neely Henry. Little swim jig, a little buzz bait.
It was almost a
square
Mother's
bill.
Day win. I think we ended the day
just
after
about.
Mother's Day
Right.
because of the weather and the high water and flood conditions they were dealing with. Went from being a kid in a white t-shirt fishing national tournaments to qualifying for the Elite Series, and then in his 2nd year winning an Elite Series trophy, and that definitely helped kickstart his career financially and stature-wise in the sport.
Best finish so far this year was our last outing at Lake Murray, 14th place. Currently good shape, not a lock for the Classic yet, but 33rd in Angler of the Year points.
Davey, I talked to Sam George, friend of the program, Opens Pro. He was actually working in between events on the banks of the Elk River and said the water level looked good, the water color looked good, it looked like a good place to go catch that 16 to 18 pounds like you were talking about. Maybe not 20, but it was a good place where you could at least salvage. You may not win an event in there all 4 days, but you could definitely have a good finish.
Through all the years of fishing,
Gosh almighty, man.
Wheeler Lake, the Elk River has been very consistent, more consistent than any other section, but never the place to really catch those big giant bags, but very consistent to be able to catch a 12 to 14 pound and on a good day, like you mentioned, 16, 17 pounds.
Something's not right.
Ryan Smith jumps in the top 10 with the 2nd biggest fish of the day, a 4.3. Giving him almost 10 pounds.
He had high expectations after a
Gonna
good
get
rookie
warm today.
season and setting the all-time single-day
Smallmouth.
weight record for a smallmouth limit. But really tough start to the season. Really unexpected struggle. And so hopefully this one, I'd expect him to turn it around at Smith, Champlain, and St. Lawrence, but if he could get a good one here, that would be good momentum in the right direction. On a place he probably wouldn't expect.
He's 83rd in AOI, and I think Takumi Ito was 83rd last year, and in his last 4 events jumped inside our classic contention, got to like 31st.
It's doable, but you certainly don't want to have to dig out of that hole.
And that's 83rd right now, Such, on Bass Track, like where he's updated weights today or before the event?
It's 57th with updated weights.
Oh, okay, good. I was about to say, if he's just updating to 83rd, he's going to have a good one.
Checking in on our points leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, currently in 66th place.
He slapped at it. He's only got one hook. He's hooked right in the back somehow.
Got one fish in the live well. Listed as a 1 pounder. Looked bigger than that to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Jordan Lee's Bass Track has him with 2 for 14 ounces. Total.
You know.
Can't tell how he's got it. I'm just gonna do this. I don't know how he's got running back. Just a decent keeper. Woo! That ran right down my side. I could have boat flipped him, but.
That one's bigger than a pound, too. I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm gonna lay that down also as we check in with our points leader there, Trey, a calmer Trey McKinley than we usually see. Of course, fish is what fired him up, and he hasn't really gotten into a big pile of them yet. But let's take a little moment here for some Northland Daily trivia. This one's related to rookies. 7th place last year for Trey McKinney in the EQ event here on Wheeler Lake. Now the question, how many elite rookies earned checks in that 2023 Wheeler St. Croix Bassmaster Open?
Yeah, that's top 40 out of about 225. Are we
9
answering now
guys.
or later? We'll answer later.
I'm going to answer later. Okay, all
The
right.
top 40 of about a 220-man field.
Yep.
Is it 3, 7, 5, or 9 in that outstanding rookie class that we're enjoying watching this year? We'll have the answer for you when we get back. Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. We left you with some Northland fishing tackle, Northland Daily Trivia. The question was, how many of our Elite Series rookies earned checks in the 2023 Wheeler Open last year? Right here, how many in that rookie class earned checks here? That would mean, as Ronnie informed us, top 40 would be earning a check. Was it 3? Was it 5? Was it 7? Or Davey Height, was it 9 of them?
And there was 9 rookies, so did all 9 make it? I'm gonna go C7.
I'm gonna tend to agree with you on that. Ronnie, you know the answer.
I haven't looked at anything.
haven't looked it up?
I'll go B5 just because I know of about 3. I'm just expecting 2 more at least.
McKinney was top 10, 7th. Tompkins was 11th. G 20th. Garrett 23rd.
7. 7 is the one, man.
Going to the miss were Milliken and Wesley Gore, and Wesley Gore's doing pretty good today with a 4-pounder.
7 of them winning it. 200 people
It's
out
all
there.
about momentum. I won 2,000 Marriott points when I checked in yesterday. my momentum has continued.
Oh, man, you are on a roll.
In Little Rock, Davey. Don't tell him.
Trey McKinney on top of that points race for Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year as well. Of course, he leads our points race for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. What a great season. Started out with a 12th place finish at Toledo Bend. This 19-year-old rookie at that point, just a couple of weeks past his high school graduation, goes to Lake Fork and gets the 4th highest all-time 4-day total.
Absolutely incredible showing there. The first event, though, you're a rookie, you're 19 years old, you made it to the Elite Series, you finished 12th. How do you back that up? Well, you just go catch 130 pounds at the very next event at Lake Fork and get your first victory in your second event ever on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Didn't slow down, went right on to the Harris Chain, 6th place. What a start. What a
Just
start.
hit a brick wall at the St. Johns River, though, didn't he? 17th place is all he could manage down there.
He lost an hour and a half of key fishing time on day 2, so we're lucky that he even, jumped back up there on day 3 to finish 17th. But then he turned it in, chicken into chicken salad each event, it seems, and so went to Murray and got a top 10 as well.
I like the lemonade analogy better than the
sorry,
chicken.
yes, that's better.
Okay.
Chicken lemonade?
It matters what it was before, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
He's had a great start, but he's 7 points less than Brandon Cobb, who was leading last year after 5 events.
That is a good point.
That is a good perspective.
What a start Brandon Cobb had last year. Oh, what a entire season he had, not just a start, but
all the way to the
start.
end.
So Trey McKinney's average finish is 9th. Brandon Cobb's last year at this point was about 7th or 8th, I guess, about 8th place.
Yeah,
that's really getting it done there.
That is getting it for sure.
Well, Kyle Welcher went on to win with 752 points. McKinney right now has 478. So to match that, he'd need by 68 points in the next 4 events, average a 35th place finish.
Swindle's got 5 fish. That's good. They're not very big, though, so it's got him in 29th place.
A lot of history here, a lot of experience here for Gerald Swindle. He spent many hours on Decatur
Please
Flat.
be a bass.
Here we go.
That's a bass. Feels mighty drummy.
Uh-oh.
Catfish. It's a cat. Boy, we're having a catfish fry. Well, I'm in that old Fat Cat Newton's cat day out here on Wheeler. I like a chatterbait, preferably a jackhammer. They don't seem to bite them cheap chatterbaits as well as they do those $19 ones. You know what I mean? Like, they really like a high dollar jackbait for what those fish do, Now, there's other type catfish that'll bite a cheaper bait, but Wheeler Lake catfish, they bite only the high dollar stuff. So, if anybody's got any batter, I'll cook up something, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Talk about Gerald Swindle, Davey, and all the history he has here. Boy, it goes back before the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, way before the Bassmaster Elite Series. Gerald, first angler of the year, 2004. That was just a few years before the Elite Series, but certainly not Gerald Swindle's rookie year. He'd been around for about 8 or 9 years when he won that first trophy, that first AOY trophy, and then the second one there in 2016. Doesn't seem like all that long ago, but it has been about 8 years ago now.
It really has.
Gerald Swindle won his second AOY.
That 2004 AOY included a really high finish at our next stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That was a tour event, Bassmaster tour event on Smith Lake.
Grass too. It ain't like it's a real long strip. You just really fishing a little 10-yard section, goes all the way down through here. You're trying to keep your bait in it as long as you can in the strike zone. We're gonna go a little bit further, and I got a pile of brush right here that ain't nobody found. I shook one off yesterday. It felt pretty big, so we're gonna go see if he'll bite before we take off down.
Be a good little ace in the hole to have, a pile of brush that you know no one else has found. And he shook one off there in practice, so hopefully not another catfish. Maybe it'll be a big old largemouth or smallmouth bass.
We off live. I heard that. Didn't?
No.
That was you gassing. You got a little, like little popcorn fart, because I thought that was my cue. Sorry, we're back on live. My bad. My bad, he's just gassy. He's from Maine, this Alabama heat's got his stomach tore up. Well, you know, hey, every now and then.
I'm gonna have to call Gerald this afternoon and ask him how he equated that to being off live.
Yeah, that's right.
He who throws the furthest covers the most water.
They may have worked out a system of signals before.
Secret code. You have to talk in code when you got brush piles that no one else has found.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
If you talk out loud, they could hack your phone and they would.
On another note,
Oh yes, let's please change it.
Yeah.
somebody asked the other day who the youngest angler of the year in Bassmaster history is, and some of these guys, it's harder to figure out exactly how old they are with the results and when the season ended and what tournaments counted and things like that. But it was Kevin Van Dam, 92. He's the youngest, 25 years old. But then I was looking, and I've got all kinds of stuff now about angler of the years, and the longest gap from your first angler of the year to your most recent or your last angler of the year, Roland Martin had about 14 years between his. KVD had about 18 years from his first one to his last one. Gerald Swindle won in 2004 and then won in 2016. So he's like got the third longest gap,
Yeah, well,
12
that would
years
be,
in between winning AOYs. Normally you see guys
switched
win them
come on.
back to back or quick, and
Oh my goodness. Come on, come back. He's coming
dozen
back.
years
Come
in
back.
between.
Oh my gosh, come on. Oh my gosh. No. Hang on 1 second. Come on.
So is Timmy
Get it
Horton
off the
close to
bottom
that
right
age?
30.
30.
Or no, 20.
I thought he was late
28.
20s.
I think he's 72.
Well, we
and
switched gears a little bit
2028.
now. We're gonna try to actually catch some fish. Everything else kind of didn't work out. I even got on the place I kind of wanted to start, and something's off about today. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like this for everybody. That's kind of the games you play in your head. If it's like it for everybody, you're not that worried, right? But if it ain't, uh-oh. Come on. Oh, gosh. Dude. He's still on it. Now they're playing games. And they think it's real funny. Till I get this hook right in them. Oh my gosh.
Obviously, watching fish follow his bait.
Hang on, we gotta
Could be frustrating.
figure out something. Let's see, let's go to a smaller one.
Not much generation going on, and looks
This
like
is one of those
not even a breath of
stumps
wind.
I really caught them off of. Or not caught them, but I shook them off. Every stump I threw out had a bass on it. I just didn't bite.
Got a Joey Cifuentes
Look like
sighting.
pretty good fish too.
I saw that.
Come on, bite it. Bite it. Now. Sometimes I just believe you gotta talk to them. You know, our communication is off right now.
Also, Fuentes' fish came in at once. He's got 10 pounds. Wondering when he was going to show up this season. He's 102nd in AOY after winning 2 events last year.
A little incognito compared to last year. John Garrett, though, the man on top, great rookie, a well-traveled rookie. He's been a lot of years and a lot of close shaves getting here to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he sits atop just ounces ahead of John Cruz. Has a good record here as well. Brandon Polinick, also a double Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year champion. We got much, much more on the way from Wheeler Lake. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. A fantastic host city, and our live coverage presented by FXR. Appreciate them being a part of the team here that's bringing you all this great footage from the Tennessee River. Haven't been on the Tennessee River in a couple of years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's always great to come back. The rookie John Garrett, man on top, 15 pounds and 12 ounces. John Cruz tucked in there in second place. John Cruz, who's been with the Bassmaster Elite Series since the very start, back in 2006. Polinick, Redwine, Prince, Kelly, Weatherall, Cooper Gallant, Joyce Cifuentes, as Such mentioned, has reached our top 10, and Bryant Smith, California.
Well, no, what's crazy is that Joey Cifuentes, we looked at it, you know, the expected points to make the Classics. We always talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
495 to 500 points is roughly what it is right now for that top 40 or so. Joey would need to win every single event the rest of the season to make it, and would still fall short with the maximum points. That's how tough his season's been. Meanwhile, the opposite end of the spectrum, Trey McKinney's almost already at the expected Classic points at this point in the season. He could zero the rest of the year and still almost make it.
Let's take a look at some highlights from our season so far. This is the 6th stop of 9 this year. Kicked it off in Texas. Usually we're down in Florida to kick it off, and Toyo Fujita carrying a ton of momentum out of 2023. Wins that first one down there in Texas.
Yes, he had us all talking about, man, he's on a roll. He might just wrap up AOY early in the season the way he finished last year and this year. But then Trey McKinney had a little something to say about it. A lot of talk about the rookie class this year, and he certainly was one of them. And Trey McKinney having a 130-pound week there at Lake Fork. But then John Garrett says, oh, not so fast on the rookies. I'm 1-2. One that everybody expected a lot of great things from here this year. And then St. John's River, Corey Johnson finally held the blue trophy over his head for the first time. Doesn't seem like it should have taken him that long, but if you really look at his career, he really hasn't been in the elites all that long. It hasn't been forever.
Worked Salt Springs to it. Perfection there, and then we go to the home state for this young man right here, Patrick Walters and Lake Murray, and just a great, great performance there.
Great performance there. Made it look easy at Lake Murray, catching 94 pounds.
Was not easy, but he handily claimed the victory right there. Let's go to an Alabama angler right now, Logan Parks.
Walters was our first home state kind of local angler to win in the Opens. Every winner has been home lake or home state.
Local-ish, anyway.
We got a trend here in Alabama. We got 14. The odds are good here because we got 14 guys from Alabama fishing.
Look kind of decent out there.
And I would say 0 call Wheeler
up a little bit
home,
better.
which is interesting,
Maybe
yeah.
we can fool a few for the TV show.
Surprised to see Logan Parks with only one fish so far. Certainly not home. He said he lives about 3.5 hours, but he told me yesterday he does have family that has property right there around Lake Wheeler. He has fished here quite a bit.
So I think it's probably going to be more of a late afternoon bite. Kind of need to capitalize on that last hour or so, but try and pluck away every little bit we can right now. Had one keeper, and then I had 2 more bites, lost one and missed the other. So our batting average is not very good, but it's all right. We're trying to catch everything we can here. Everybody's on a lot of the places, so it's kind of hard to run around. don't know if we need to just camp out or if we need to run down the lake a little bit more and kind of keep bouncing around, but that morning bite's definitely dwindling. Just picked up this swim bait to see if I could get them a little bit more fired up.
Logan's made 3 of 5 cuts this year. His best finish was the starter down there in Toledo Bend. This is his 3rd year on the Elite Series.
2 new entries in the top 10, Clark Wendlandt and John Cox.
I'm sorry,
Kind of roaming around all over the place, though, unfortunately. Hard to leave fish to go find more fish, but I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I've said I'm gonna leave like 5 times and we're still here 30 minutes later, but we got plenty of time still.
Certainly agree with Logan Parks there. It's difficult to leave fish to go look for more fish, but sometimes you have to do that if you can't get them to bite.
Out here on this edge.
Let's leave the rookie, Logan Parks. Get out to now he informed us he's 5th year.
We kind of got a little bit of name confusion going on here. We got Logan Parks, Wes Logan. We got Wes Miller flying the drone over by Wes Logan, who's from the same state as Logan Parks.
As the drone flies, Wes Logan and Logan Parks is not very far away from one another either.
No, not at all.
You have to go down river and then back up the Elk River. It is a long way between these 2 anglers.
Wes Logan's got to go past the state park to get up to where he's at, you know.
Before you get to Second Creek, but it's really First
Creek, yes.
No, actually, I think it's before you get to First Creek, but it's really the Second Creek before the dam.
Who's on first?
A little slow so far to start the day for Wes Logan on his 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, I can't stand treble hooks.
Well, I was really liking his style this morning. He had 2 rods on the front deck. He was a frog and a different color frog.
Yeah.
Breaking out some more options now.
Yeah. Packing for a trip. Look like to somewhere else. Let's get back to Brandon Lester.
He's working out of that area now. I think this is the stretch he was on earlier this morning and caught one right on that point.
I'm gonna fish back to this little corner and then I'm gonna go hit a little roadbed deal that I've got. I think we're kind of winding down that early morning feed a little bit. I was hoping to at least fill a limit in here, but I was really hoping to get a big one out of here.
A little surprised not to see more action on the flat straight across from the harbor than we did this morning, but we've only got 6 cameras on day 1. You know, I mentioned about Patrick Walters making it look easy there at Lake Murray.
Yeah.
He put it in neutral the first few days by about 9 o'clock, no later than 10.
Right.
Interesting to see John Garrett, our leader, stop and having a conversation with Logan Parks at 9 o'clock in the morning with already probably 16 pounds in the live well.
Yeah. Feeling comfortable, checking on a buddy.
Yeah. I think he had it in neutral.
Especially at least on his main area. Maybe go use the rest of today as a fourth practice day, you know, and know that you're going to comfortably be in the top 10 at least, probably, or top 15.
Definitely a Tennessee River guy.
Yes.
Kentucky Lake roots, Bethel University, and so forth. Back to Trey McKinney.
Somebody asked me why I didn't pick John Garrett on my fantasy team, and I said, because I'm just a dumb, silly old little boy. Didn't pick him, picked the wrong Tennessee River guys. It's okay. We'll make do.
You gave him some consideration up there.
Yeah.
McKinney hooked up.
That's so awesome to hear the air horn from a train when you hook up.
Oh, the hockey goal.
I thought that was the B.A.S.S.
It's either that or Will Davis hooked up at the dam up in Gunnersville. Was that where we had the air horn when Will Davis won? Someone,
that's
I think it was Will Davis in the crowd. We had that.
100%.
I was like, no way, I got a bite.
I think we got him to blow it for us at the Minute Maid Park too. We had the Classic there in Houston. A couple of times. They didn't want to go overboard on it.
Well, they did at Neely Henry when, was it?
Lay Lake.
Lay Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Will Davis won.
In the rain.
Black.
Cliff Prince just caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 13.5, third place. At the Alex is in 5th and 6th, Red Wine and Weatherell.
We at least got to get a limit for points-wise. Of course, I just drifted over the juicy stump.
Back over to Logan Parks.
Boy, right now McKinney's in the 40s, gaining ground on Jordan Lee, who's still stuck with 2.5 pounds, 62nd place. But Corey Johnston has jumped into 19th. He's gaining some points, maybe.
Last cast.
So it is 8:40, and I think we have just seen our first big plug. Deep diving crankbait.
There's one.
Ooh. Threatened to leave again, Tommy, and hooked up.
Yeah.
Let's try the old deep crankbait. They've never seen that one. It's amazing the way trends happen, though. I mean,
It probably
it's the first
is.
one we've seen, and it's for a reason.
You're more
People don't
likely
throw
to-
those bigger crankbaits
Like it doesn't
like they
have it
did
very
years
good.
ago.
You're more likely to assume they're pressured and you start with a drop shot instead of rotate through to get to a drop shot or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
You start with a jig first instead.
There we go.
Number 2. Fooled one. Not much better than the other one, but number 2. He wasn't coming off. I don't know why I thought he was coming off. Them Ryugi trebles freaking got him. Probably 2-pounder. Need to back up.
All day long, 2-pounder.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah.
Closer to.
He's 2 1/4. A little better than the other one. Slowly but surely, our patience has paid off for staying here a little bit longer than I was thinking.
Ah. What? Yeah, it seems to be familiar strains coming across the wire here.
Been a little while since I've been in the studio, been a little while since I've heard that music in my ear, but hey, when you're on the Tennessee River in June and it's 8:40 in the morning, they've been fishing for almost 3 hours, and you see your first deep diving crankbait, and the first catch you see with it produces a bass for Logan Parks, we're gonna say this is the Power Pole replay of the day. Tennessee River. Second fish in the live well for him, first on a football jig, and been throwing a lot of other things, but broke out a deep diving crankbait. I think we'll see a little more of that from Logan for the rest of the day. Make our Power Pole replay day just because I would have lost money if I'd have said it'd be 9:40 before we saw a deep diving crankbait in the water.
Yeah, we finally picked up a crankbait. Kind of last ditch effort. That feels like a tank.
Well,
oh my gosh. I'm straight up overestimating him so bad. He's barely hooked. Got him though.
Just like that. Number 3.
yeah.
I don't know if I had 2 at first or what, but
There's your one.
Oh yeah.
feels like a tank. Doesn't look like one, but hey, maybe we'll get them fired up. They're actually decently set up right now, so
We'll just say they're big, not in size, but in
while we
importance
can.
until you get 5, David. They're all big, unimportant.
number
That's our-
3.
Always our bailout position.
Yeah, exactly.
Logan Parks may be on to something. We'll keep in touch with him.
So difference in philosophy, when you get them fired up like that, you catch your second one immediately, do you take time to weigh that fish and do all
Yeah,
that stuff,
that's a
or do
good
you make
question.
another cast?
Would you?
I would make another cast,
Yeah.
but I'm sitting here and I'm not on the Bassmaster Elite Series anymore, so just
Much
curious.
as I don't want to. It's like where all the fish live. Oh yeah.
That one
Holy
almost jumped
cow,
in the
this is a
boat.
disaster. What am I doing? I tried tightening my drag and it went the opposite way I wanted it to. Yeah, we're staying out here all day. It's a good one. A good one. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. A little better fish. A little better fish, though. Still got the camera shot, dude. That was like slow motion. It was like, duh, duh. He said he still got it. green. Two-pounder.
We'll come up a little bit.
I think that's the biggest one we've seen today so far on the camera.
Yes, I agree.
Trey McKinney, he didn't like that other fish taking away the spotlight.
No, he didn't.
Logan Parks. Hey, Bassmaster, if you haven't checked this out at bassmaster.com, definitely, we all know passionate female anglers and some females who would love to get into angling if they knew more about it. Here's a sort of a welcoming program to educate women in fishing, and particularly bass fishing. Part of the Bassmaster's effort to do all of that, all the basics you need to know about lures, about tackle, and so forth.
They've got the seminar. I believe they're there this week at Wheeler.
This Saturday at Wheeler. Got the free seminar.
A Marshall this week, too.
If you can make it to Wheeler, you can be a part of that right now. Toyota on board as well. Seems to be gaining a good bit of momentum. Bassmaster. See it on bassmaster.com. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. Farming's big around here. We had like a 30-second shot of corn and nothing but corn a little bit earlier today. It was impressive.
Comes from that area too,
what's that?
Redland cotton.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, uh-oh, BFA.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Cliff Prince with a 4-pound, 8-ounce. He culls up to 17 and a half. He's our new leader.
Wow.
Oh, good job, Cliff Prince.
See, I thought it was the train in town again with the horn. It was the BFA this time.
With authority does he take over the lead there. Getting ahead of John Garrett and John Cruz, really in a quick way right there. Brandon Polinick hanging in there. John Cox and Bryant Smith, Clark Winlet as well, have joined our top 10 as it stands right now, but it's still early hours, early days in this tournament. Got 4 days of fishing ahead. Full field is out there. This place with so much history. 50 years ago, the Bassmaster Classic was won here at Wheeler Lake by the great Tommy Martin. That was back in the Mystery Lake days.
Mystery Lake days.
Yeah. They didn't have to fly far from Birmingham if that's where everybody met, or
they could just about flap their arms and fly up here from Birmingham. 10 pounds of tackle, Mystery Lake, all that stuff.
Definitely switched it up a little bit from going a frog and pass, flipping a jig. Here we go.
Stay on her, baby. Get in here, sir.
There we go.
Old brownie. There you go, Dad. Ain't as big as I thought he was, but it's a good one.
Needing that one for sure.
I think that's the new big fish for our live cameras today.
I think you're right. We've had 1, 2, 3 in pretty close order there.
Things are looking up.
Yeah.
he just needs to shake that tree, let the mayflies fly around, and then he'll come back and flip under there, right, Davey?
That's right. There they are. They're flying around. I think he's going to make his cameraman shake it for him as he tries to.
Yeah. Whether he wants to or not. Whether he wants to or not.
Yeah.
Man, I know this time of the year, people love coming to lakes like Lake Dardanelle down the street. Oh, he's got another bite. Dang. Oh, this one's smaller. But Dardanelle, heat of the summer, June, July.
Doing eating this thing.
Not a big fan of those times of the year, but it seems like it fishes better at times with the mayfly hatch and the heat. We've had elite events this time of the year compared to like April when it's flooded in the rivers like that. Same could go for some of these places in backwaters that.
But we ain't gonna throw him back.
To your point, Ronnie, we all, I think, have a tendency to think about June, deep water, main river ledges, but a lot of fish live shallow throughout the summer.
That's your Lawrence bird's eye view of the scene that Wes Logan, the little bitty boat that you see down there. It's getting bigger and bigger. As our man Wes Miller guides the drone in for a good look at that little spot.
Is that your dock there, Davey? That was a pretty long, substantial dock there. Was that yours?
That was not mine. Mine's at Second Creek. That's First Creek.
Oh, okay.
Don't get them mixed up, although that is the intention, for you to get them mixed up.
We mentioned this morning when we started the show, diversity, and we have certainly seen that.
Yeah.
That Lawrence bird's eye view there shows a very different Lake Wheeler than we saw just a few minutes ago. Logan Park's out on the main river cranking a deep diving crankbait.
Different time of the year. I can't quite remember exactly how the tournament progressed, but it seemed like the last time we were here, late April, first few days of May, Dave Lefebvre was fishing shallow, flipping bushes. I was covering him on the water, and he was doing well, leading almost every single day. And it seemed like the Decatur flats were off. They weren't firing early in the tournament every single day, but it got better as we got farther along in the tournament. And then all of a sudden, on that final day, it collided. Takahiro has a big day and wins the tournament. But like it seemed like it wasn't the place to be. I think John Cruz might have led day one of that event in the Elk, and then Dave Lefebvre led day two, day three, flipping, and then Takahiro leads the most important day and wins. But so I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't going to be setting the tone for the whole week. It could be totally different tomorrow. It could be totally different in the afternoon when the current flows, that kind of stuff.
Yep. You know, Ronnie, we talked about 74 being a big landmark here in the history of Wheeler Lake. That year of 2016 was also important. Can you guess why? You of all people should know why.
It was the year I got married.
Well, it's the year you got married and the year you made your debut.
I think he's about to set me up for something, Davey.
Your debut on Bassmaster Live was here at Wheeler Lake back in 2016.
Oh,
that was when you first appeared, in voice only.
Yeah, in the calls, and you guys asked me about, I think even at Bull Shoals and some of those tournaments, asked me about my favorite Jimi Hendrix song, and I had no idea names of songs. I didn't know, and so I just went with Purple Rain, I just didn't know. Or
Purple?
Is that, I don't
know if that was here. Or
was that Prince? No, is that Prince?
I think that was at Bull Shoals.
Yeah.
That was Prince, not Jimi Hendrix.
See, I don't even know.
Hendrix.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
If you want a man of culture, he's sitting to your left, Davey. If you want a man who just focuses
you're not telling me
on
anything
this,
I don't know about that.
He's over here. I do not know nearly the history buff that Tommy Sanders is.
Well, the only Prince we need to concern ourselves with right now is a leader of our
Cliff
tournament.
Prince.
Cliff
Yes.
Prince. That's right.
Cliff Prince.
Now, I'll pose it to you three, Such, Tommy, Davey. Would you have put money at the beginning of the year that Cliff Prince would almost have the same exact weight
exactly going to ask that question
on day one here as he had the entire St. John's tournament?
That is not probable.
17,
There it
13,
is.
and 98th place finish at Palatka, his home, where he's gotten so many top 20s, and he's almost got 17, 13 today, halfway through the day.
As we're watching Wes Logan, I got to tell you a quick story. I talked to Cliff Prince. Everyone has ever met Cliff Prince, what a nice guy he is.
Man.
But I talked to him about a week ago at length on the phone, and he's I'm not blaming anything on anyone but himself. And even with himself, he's like, I've lost fish certain days. I went left when I went right from takeoff, and it was a coin toss, which I should do. He said, I've just had a lot of things that have just been unfortunate, and it's the way it goes. So having that positive attitude coming here could very well be the reason.
Yeah, exactly.
He lost six or seven bites on Bassmaster Live day one. St. John's. We watched him.
That's
Just
right.
Every
It was
good
a
bite lost.
tough day. But there he is on top.
Boom.
Hey, when things look bad, sometimes that's when they start to turn around for the best. And when things are looking great, look out. Yeah. John Garrett in second place now, and John Cruz. Brandon Polinick hanging in there. Brandon Polinick with another good record here. Clark Winlet, Bryant Smith, John Cox. Two Alexes in there, Red Wine and Wetherill in our top 10. Still, first half of our day number one action from Wheeler Lake. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. That's our fantastic host city. Decatur, Alabama, and Morgan County tourism really make it a Great place to have a tournament. Ingalls Harbor here, this facility here, just a tremendous tournament. You could look for a more suitable place for an Elite Series event, but you'd be hard-pressed to find one. It's just perfect, and has served so well through the years, and of course in the history that dates way back before that, all the way back to, as we say, 1974, 50 years ago with the Bassmaster. Get back up the Elk River. That's where we've been tracking one of our anglers whom we're with all day long, Alabama's Wes Logan. Just saw him put a good one in the boat a little bit ago.
Flipping a jig, Davey Hype, from
flipping
frogging some pads to flipping a jig.
Like what I see, Wes Logan.
Thought everybody put their frogs and their jigs in the museum. They hung them up, retired them, but they're back out.
Biggin. Oh boy. The jig did come out of the museum, didn't it, Ron?
Let's go. Dust it off, baby.
Stay on it, bro.
Randall Tharp, arc flipping jig down his throat. .43.
He caught one squicker 12-incher in between, but
Yes, sir.
two solid fish on that jig in the last 30 minutes.
Knocks
We
him
got
right up into
5.
the top 10.
I love it.
Keeper number
way to
5
catch a
being your biggest one's always a good thing.
2 over there, 3 rats over here. 1, 2, 3.
I think that's the 4th big fish in a row on live.
Yeah.
With the live cameras all after 8:30. We've seen them.
That's the witching hour, apparently.
3 more times.
Fishing will surprise you, Davey. How you think it's going to be the best 2 hours or the first 2 hours, and then with no current flow and high skies, it ends up being mid-morning or something different.
Yeah, we all grow up thinking the first hour of light is always the best part of the day, but the E50s that we had years ago that started, a lot of them started at 9, some 9:30 in the morning. It was really amazing. The good, solid fish catches even throughout the summer starting at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Thought he was about to jerk on
Yeah,
it.
I'm about to. Safety's off.
Tell you what, if he happens upon, and he has happened upon some good stuff here, he has got it to himself.
Yes, he
My
does.
goodness.
That's the only way it seems you can win on the Tennessee River shallow, is if you have it to yourself and maybe it's not ideal conditions for everyone else offshore.
When you're fishing the shoreline and on the Tennessee River in June, oftentimes you will have it to yourself.
And not for the right reasons.
Right. I've been there and done that.
And when you think, it's almost like you're dealing with 2 different breeds of fish, though, Davey Height. You've got the main stretch of Tennessee River.
These are resident fish.
The Elk River fish don't act like the rest of the fish that you. When you weigh them in at Ingalls Harbor and they swim back out, they're like, "Where's my tree? There's just a bunch of shells and flats," because they're born and raised and probably expire in the Elk River.
The boxing match.
John Cruz just called up about 1.5 pounds, 16.9 on Bass Track. Second place by 15 ounces.
Fish. They're just kind of swimming around all over the place, and they'll get grouped up for a sec. Seems like right here, looks like there's a little pod, and you might catch one, you might not, and then they kind of scatter back out. Maybe we'll catch one of these.
Yeah, Ronnie, you're talking about being different fish. It's absolutely different. Different fish, same body of water, but it's a big place, real big place. And
it looks right.
Start understanding fishing your strengths, how different anglers sometimes get out of their comfort zone because they read all the history of the Tennessee River and you think you have to be out on that main river channel.
Chartreuse and blue swim bait on, but the water has been pretty stained, so pretty surprised I haven't got bit on it though.
You talk about people coming here in the summertime wanting to get out there and fish those ledges and bars and everything like that. I mean, of course, that's true for all of these Tennessee River lakes, especially Guntersville and Pickwick. And is Wheeler kind of maybe get a little less traffic than those two sort of more glamorous destinations?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
But if you're not using the 360 out here on the Tennessee River, oh my gosh, that's not a bass. Freaking white bass or something. You're missing out because for locating schools and then moving around, man, it's such a useful tool. I'll never not have one. It saves you from, having to sit down and re-idle them and relocate them because you just have it running the whole time. I was about to leave this spot and I thought I saw a few fish right out the end of my 360 and I scooted up and there they were. Just moved up a little ways from where I found them yesterday. We haven't relocated the giant ones, but we've relocated some.
Right place, wrong size.
You mentioned that Guntersville just for some reason, it has that name. It's a great fishery. I'm not saying.
Yeah, not more. I use a bad word, not glamorous, but just more notoriety.
But I can remember years, through the last 30 years, keeping up with the Tennessee River so much that there are definitely years when you hear guys say, "Oh, you should go to Wheeler. It's fishing better than Guntersville right now," and vice versa. They cycle, no doubt.
I rolled over one.
Big smallmouth on Wheeler though is something that kind of rolls under the radar for some reason. I mean, they catch not the perfect time of year right now. Would have been a lot better a week or two ago, and then pre-spawn, but a lot of big 5-6 pound smallmouth on Wheeler.
Oh.
I got 8 pounds. Got 8 pounds. 4. How much you got? 2? Dude, I don't know. None of the fish still there?
What do you mean?
The school?
There are people on them.
Really?
John Garrett, Tyler Williams was on one to kind of get anything in here. John Garrett and Logan Parks.
You didn't get to start on it?
I got to start on my spot and I caught 2 big ones really quickly. Then they started schooling way away from me and they just kept going. I kept watching them school further and further.
Is anybody there right now?
At my spot, like my starting hole? I don't think they stay throughout the day though.
I mean, you found them of an evening.
No.
Oh, I thought you found them in the evening.
No, I found the ones in the ditch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found those in the morning.
Dude, it's terrible.
It's bad.
Like, I'm talking all the fish. I went down the supposedly a little bit of the tower stretch. So many fish. Caught one. Snagged one. One.
Those a lot of fish though?
No. Oh. I saw 5 fish. At most.
Grass stretch up there?
Yeah. 5 fish. At most. I started right there. Nothing. Nothing. Absolute. Yeah, nothing. I caught one 10-incher. I never even seen another bass.
Dude, when I tell you the bag loaded, well, you saw the video.
Oh, I know. And then I ran up to the bridge top, or the one last year, nothing. Then I ran up to Trevor's spot, nothing.
It's gotta be tough.
Something. He just lost a big one. Yeah, I heard him yell a lot of unfriendly language. All right.
Rookie talk there between the two rookie JT Tompkins.
He was 2 for 7.5 from JT,
Yeah.
he said, and not too great. It's fun when you're with someone familiar, John Garrett, you know, fishing the spot, but he's the leader.
Hadn't checked with Gerald Swindle in a little bit. He's been on the move, and you can see now where he has wound up.
Yep, he spent
Down
most
toward
of
the down. He threatened to do that a little earlier today.
He did.
Thought maybe not too many people would be doing this particular move right here. Had some spots.
All right, we've just made a big, big run for today. We've run all the way close to we're real close down here to the dam, so we came from Flint Creek to here, and hopes that there was some still on this ledge, but little, you know, it's always kind of a weird feeling when I pulled in here. I mean, this is a known community hole and there ain't nobody here, so like, that's either really good or really bad that nobody could catch them here this morning, or they left. But I'm not seeing as many, but we're gonna fish here for 5 or 10 minutes. Then we're gonna go up into Spring Creek. We're gonna settle in and fish brush, but this is a place right here things could get interesting if they get here, but I don't know. I idled at one time, I seen 1 or 2, but I didn't see many. So I'm gonna, but you know, they could move up and down it, somebody could just overlook them. So I'm gonna spend my time here because I caught a 4 and a 3 and a 2 here pretty quick. And I know the history of this place, and when they bite here, it can be good, so. It was worth the 35-minute run down here. And this is the area that I think, it's weird, I think there's a couple areas of the lake that have more life in it, and this is just one of them areas.
You remember from
right there, but
years past, people coming down to this part of the lake to fish some long points that are productive, you know, like
The bigger
community hole.
smallmouth
Yeah.
on these places too, yeah. Certainly could see a big smallmouth.
Yeah.
Just as likely as a largemouth.
Take it back up the river.
This was one of the good finishes that Gerald Swindle had in his 2016 Angler of the Year. He finished 10th here at Wheeler in 2016 when he won AOY.
John Cruz back in the day, fish of the day, 414s up to 19 pounds, 2 ounces.
A lot of variety in the baits that Logan Parks has been using.
I think I was due for a minnow fish. Yeah,
So
he's
minnow
gonna help a
fish,
little bit.
crankbait, football jig.
Yeah.
We've seen
The
them try
track was
different
quite
lures.
loose. £1.25 calls out a 1 pounder. Let's see here. Number 4. Where you at? The greeny weenie, as I like to call him. Oh yeah, that's a solid little upgrade there. Turn this fish lung on, keep my fish alive all day. Give them a little bit of cool down. And to top it off,
Top it off, a little juicy. Yeah. Uh-oh, there's the big fish. Yep.
This is John Cruz.
Yeah.
Skater Boat's Big Fish.
Big fish of the
414.
day? Is it the big fish of the day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Phoenix Boat's Big Bass leader now.
I think Cliff Prince had a 4.8, so John
Yes,
just
sir.
vaults him back up.
Not a bad start. 19-2, 17-8, early in day one.
Pretty impressive. We're on
Right.
cruise, like reliving 2016.
Yeah, if he hangs around again, he's not from Salem, Virginia. He's from Decatur, Alabama, John Cruz, because this is the place.
I mean, meow.
Okay. All right. Brandon Polnick still hanging in there, as is Clark Winlet and all the rest of them. Plenty more to go as we approach midday on Wheeler Lake. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance.
Just a few hours into our fishing competition here at Wheeler, and a couple guys have kind of risen up lately. The last couple hours of the day, we've seen Logan Park start to gain some steam. Trey McKinney's put a couple fish in the boat, and then we've obviously seen Wes Logan catch two of our biggest fish of Bassmaster Live today. So at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, wanted to highlight that for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Wes Logan having a good season, 33rd in Progressive Angler of the Year inside the Classic Cut, which means he's going to be in one of our top buckets. He is in bucket B for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. If you picked him, only 3.69% of players in fantasy fishing chose him, but not too shabby of a pick, because this time of the year you think about maybe anglers like John Cruz. He's a great pre-spawn angler. All of his high tournament success, wins-wise, top fives, a lot of it has came pre-spawn or early in the season. Guys like Wes Logan start to really do well when you get to that post-spawn. You get to that May, June time period. They fish shallow. They fish a little different swim jigs, flipping jigs, top water, all the same, and it is a little bit of Sweet Home Alabama. He did win his only Elite Series event in the first few years of his career on his home lake at Neely Henry, but it was around Mother's Day, post-spawn, different conditions. You never know when you pick an angler in fantasy fishing what their strategy is. Are they going to dedicate themselves to the Decatur Flats? Are they going to go to one dam or the other? Maybe they go up the Elk River. He has found water that is comfortable for him. Bucket B, it's paying off. Guys like Brandon Polnick are in that bucket, some other anglers like Cooper Gallant. Maybe you picked those higher percentage anglers, but if you didn't, and you're one of the 3%, maybe you're one of the 3% that did pick Wes Logan, you're feeling good about the local, for the most part, local to the state angler who has found good-looking water to himself.
Let's get down to another Alabama angler. Wes Logan was in the top 10, 10th place, but he's, for the moment, been dropped down to 11th place. Let's get down to Gerald Swindle, as we know, down closer to the dam. Gonna check out a couple important spots down here. He's got a limit. The majority, I would say, of our top 50 anglers have limits.
About 80 guys on Bass Track, and 40 of them have limits. And Brandon Card's fish all showed up at once, 11 pounds, 10 ounces to knock Logan out, top 10.
Got him in 6th for Card. Another Tennessee angler. Gerald Swindle's got plenty of experience at our next stop, of course, Smith Lake over in Coleman, Alabama, and lots of experience here on Wheeler Lake. And of course, living in Alabama, fishing here at the top level for so many years. He has got a lot of thoughts about this place, and that is going to be the subject of our VMC On Point.
You know, when you talk about fishing the Tennessee River in the summer, each part of the Tennessee River has a little different personality, but Wheeler's kind of a little bit different. than Wheeler. Like if you take Wheeler versus Wilson versus Gunnersville, which always, just the day I'm separating them, it's its own little character. But right now you got three things going on. You got a little mid-depth going on, anywhere from chatterbaiting, maybe a little square-bill crankbait, and then you got some deep plug fish out, and you also got some fish still in the bushes and still on the mayfly hatch. I think you're going to have to switch it around a little bit. You're going to have to fish a lot of new water. You're going to have to run probably 2 to 3 patterns. Live scope will play. There will be some fish caught scoping, but I think at the end of the day, you may have to go scrap around and just start fishing everywhere from boat docks to bushes, just trying to catch that 5th and final fish, that could get you where you need to be. But you're not going to sit on and do one thing the whole time. That's 5.
He does have 5, Gerald Swindle.
I don't know. He's been known to do that. He's kind of thrifty on the sucking them all out of there. We'll see if he left us one big one in here.
We're
back to doing it, boys. I ain't giving up on this spot. Like, I see a couple, but I don't see many. I was just joking with my camera guy, it could be the fact that old Pulinick caught them all, He's read about him in a magazine one time. He's a pretty good little fisherman, But I don't see nearly as many fish here as there was. So I'd have to think that either they left during the night or they moved up a little bit shallower. But I don't want to run all the way down here and then rush to leave. I want to at least be thorough, look here, look out, just to make sure. Because anything can happen. They could move 75, 100 yards and 2 or 3 guys come in here and not be thorough with them. Whew. Want a rough thing right there, really. Made my heart beat. If you come in here and you wasn't very thorough, you could overlook them. There's a hot blonde right there fixing to start fishing. Did you see that? You see him? It's a hot dude right there. It's a hot blonde.
Oh, we know who that is.
Talking about Matt Roberts.
It's loaded with hot blondes down here.
Speaking of a Tennessee River guy who's not afraid
I'm
to chunk
fishing a little bit further. They were behind me, but I'm still wanting to fish down this shelf a little bit just to see, because the whole thing just comes here and breaks. The rough stuff's right there, but you never know. Fish don't have an address. They don't have mirrors, so they don't know if they're ready to go anywhere in the morning. So they just leave sometimes. So that's what's making me want to just ease around a little bit more. I do have a little sneaky piece of brush right over there at about 9 foot that we will go fish before we leave out here.
Trying to say the AOI race, Jordan Lee just caught a 3.5 pounder.
You just can't get in a hurry when there's no wind for me, not a lot of wind, and you're just gonna be fishing slow. You just have to keep telling yourself, don't get in a hurry, don't get in a hurry, don't get in a hurry. Because you so want to just feel like you need to be doing something, Our whole life we've been busy out here, so now you just got to slow down a little bit just to see. Like I see a little stump right there, and it's sitting in 20, and I'm trying to drag this little brush hog on this Carolina rig right up to it. I'm on it now.
Definitely seen some diversity. The Carolina rig out now.
Man, we're running up the numbers on different ways to get the job done. Back to Logan Parks. He's tried a few.
Shaking the minnow again. That's how he caught his last fish.
I don't know that those
go.
That's a big one if it's a bass. I did it again. Overestimated. It's gonna help though. My gosh. They're just down there fighting with their mouths open, or it's first time fishing. That'll help. That will help the cause. He got double hooked. That's how you want them to get it. Hook them in the mouth and go out the mouth and then go back in the mouth. Jeez.
Definitely a help for Logan Parks. He's settled in on this place, mixing up a few baits, crankbait, football jig, shaking a minnow.
Whew. Logan hasn't been around long enough to know that you never make apologies for overestimating them when you get.
No, you sure don't.
They're it's just
people made a little too polite.
Where I originally saw them, and they've eased up on the bar a little bit further, and they're really scattered out. So I'm just kind of having to pick them apart, kind of pick them off. We actually had them, found them pretty grouped up, and busted them on a crankbait real quick. Caught 3 or 4. I caught a decent one on a scrounger head, and now we're kind of just going through picking off some stragglers with a little quarter ounce jig head minnow. It's pretty basic stuff, just a little Berkeley Accent minnow, and trying to find us a big one. I've said big one about 4 times now, I think. So I guess that's my new thing, calling not big ones, but everything at this point has been better than what I've had. And there's fish here. I don't want to leave them, because then someone else will probably pull up and fish for them hard, but I also don't know if I can upgrade much, and I don't know if I should be sitting here catching all these now that I kind of figured them out. But it's been, a good start. We got plenty of time left to fish, 9:40. Still got over 5 hours left, and keep plucking away at them. Probably make a move here soon and see what goes down.
I like what's been going down for the last hour for Logan.
Absolutely. It's been a good hour and a half, actually. Fishing, catching amongst the anglers we are with all day long. And boy, 8 years later, and things have not changed too much. John Cruz on day 1 in 2016 knocks out 20.5 pounds, takes the lead, finishes 3rd place in the tournament, and it's repeating itself again. John Cruz well on his way. I would think he'll have 20 and change by the time today is over as well. Something to follow, and among the many things we are following for you here today on day number 1 of Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. Well, we're at Wheeler Lake, but next weekend, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma will be the site of the Opens EQ event coming up from Lake Eufaula. This is the Oklahoma one on the Canadian River. Great fishing up there. And we're going to have full coverage. We got a renewed devotion to the Opens EQs, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens this year. And we're bringing you some live coverage on the final day of each one of them. 3 days of live coverage at the wrap-up event, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. So we're looking forward to that next weekend. And then the weekend after that, Thursday through Sunday, we'll be back here in Alabama at Smith Lake.
Yeah.
First time ever for the elites at Smith Lake.
For the for the elite anglers who don't go fish that open, they may go to Eufaula, Alabama, and have their own little tournament since it's it sounds right, but
be competing Eufaula.
Got to make sure. You got to make sure if you're going to Wheeler, you're in Alabama, not in North Carolina. And if you're doing the U-Fall, you need to make sure you're in Oklahoma, not Alabama.
Right.
You know, those are the,
Let's get out to Gerald Swindle.
Pile of brush is right there, and it's pretty legit, I think. Still gonna swoop around that thing and look at it. The history here is a lot of big fish get here. It's where David Walker won. It's where most of the local tournaments are won when they get out. And there wasn't a bunch here. There was just a few off that end right there. There was 15 or 20 there when I found them, but I don't know. I know everybody else idled them and threw at them, so I don't know if that little bit of pressure. But you know, this is how you make miracles happen right here. You just take your time and make sure that they ain't just switched. You know, they can swap point heartbeat on you, and then next thing you know, ain't nobody on them. And in our tournaments, people, and I'm guilty of it, man. When you're not catching them right, like you think you need to be, you go to where you know they're at and you leave. So sometimes it pays just to say, you know what? There's like 3 right there on something. See them? It ain't much, but that's bass right there on a piece of structure or something. So yeah, sometimes it pays. I mean, I know Matt, he went over there and idled behind me, and I'm gonna tell that brother tonight, I'm old, son, but I don't miss them. If they there, I'm gonna see them. He went and checked, make sure my stuff was dialed in. My stuff's dialed in more than a daggum thermostat in a nursing home, son. It's set. Set. You ain't got to worry about it. A little bit of something trying to show up right there. Checking behind me. Boy, check yourself before you wreck yourself. You know I ain't done let all them fish elude me that easy. I mean, really? Put some respect on me. Go out behind me like I forgot my grocery list at home. Don't know what I'm looking for. Boy, I'm gonna tell him, I thought you was a hot blonde. Now I think you an airheaded blonde. Can you say that? Is that still politically incorrect? You're airheaded hot blonde. How about that?
I don't think being politically incorrect has ever stopped Gerald Swindle before in the past.
No.
Hey, Cooper Gallant caught number 5. He's in our top 10, and Justin Hamner with a couple 3-pounder recently has gotten into our top 10 at 8th place.
6th in AOY coming into this week.
Right now, on the board, it says he's 2nd.
Yeah, he should be up there now.
The only Alabaman in our top 10, as it stands right at the second.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
It's like Steve Kennedy's moved down river a little ways, but still.
Not a lot of bites, but when you get one, it's a pretty good one.
Still farther, closer to Gunnersville than most.
Yeah.
Nope.
This looks fishy right here, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Will Davis and Justin Hamner are closer to Gunnersville. I'm not going to say exactly where, but they're up there.
What's going on?
Tell me if Hamner keeps at it. When he comes to studio next week to join us as a guest for
That's right.
he's
He's
our
gonna be
Bass
our
Live host,
guest analyst.
Guest
That'd be
for
great.
You
That's
Follow Oklahoma. He'll we might be doing a Wheeler recap with him too if he kept it up. You know, you never know.
Yeah, we wouldn't waste that opportunity.
Wouldn't that be something? Win the Classic, win an Elite Series event in the same year, and in that Elite Series win could help you win Angler of the Year. That would be that. Has that been done?
Well, I mean, winning a Classic,
In
winning
the
Elite
year
Series
that-
was
You know,
Jason
in the morning.
Christie just a couple of years ago, right?
Classic and Elite Series,
it was
but he
gonna
didn't
be
win
tough.
AOI.
Didn't win AOI.
We've seen KVD win
Oh, yeah.
Classics and AOI in the same year.
Right.
But did they win an Elite that year? You know.
Ah, see.
Before they called them elites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Denny Brauer did it before they called them elites. They
Yeah.
were top 100s or 150s, but he won the Classic and then won the first event.
Won one of the top level events and the Classic in the AOI.
Same black red flake tube. One at High Rock and then the Potomac River. I was like, I need to buy me some of those, I guess.
They work both of those places.
Well, it was funny. I think Hank Parker said something about who's the best,
That's all I've got.
how they determined who was the best angler back in the day.
On this end of the lake anyway. My other stuff's 60 or 70 miles away. Not enough time to do that today. So a week ago they were cranking 80,000 feet per second CFS. Just a week ago. The first day we were here, Monday, they were cranking 43,000 CFS. Got up here this morning, they're only cranking 11,000. So basically they turned the water off at the dam. The water drops and the fish just either, I assume they move out here somewhere, but I don't know how to talk to them when they do that, so. So yeah, when they crank it up, it'll go from 11,000 to 20-something thousand. They'll start another generator. And the water will start flowing a little harder, and it positions the fish up here in these eddies, and they bite. They react better to a bait. I'm not sure they don't have to go chasing out. They can't go chasing because they'll get swept out of their spot. So it's more of a reaction bite. Drop it in his face and it goes thump. Anyway, it's the one thing I'm good at. The only reason I came up here with the water off was because I drew out boat 3, and I thought I could get up there behind the dam and get me one quick early. But I was kind of surprised how many bank beaters there.
Gerald Swindle, get back a long ways. A quick trip all the way downriver to Gerald Swindle. He talked about Brandon Palaniuk having been through this area. He somehow came to understand that Palaniuk had been through there before, and there is Palaniuk.
Did you win on it? There ain't none left on it. No. I spent 30 minutes right there. You can't even hardly mark one.
Yeah, I stayed there for probably like a long time, and like they just disappeared.
Well,
But you know what's crazy? No one else tried to get on it.
I knew you'd catch them on it. I mean, if they were still there, I just don't know why they left. Like, why ain't they still there?
Sorry, I didn't know you were fishing this.
No, I didn't throw that. But like, why aren't them fish still there? Like, what made them just up and leave? Like, I just idled it twice. I threw all around it. I looked at them with a trolling motor. Like, you see one just out here and there, but like, I told him when I pulled in, I said, this is either real good or real bad. And then I accused you on live. I said, that Palaniuk kid caught them all. I said, I heard about him in those magazines. He's pretty salty. That's the only place I thought you could catch 15 pounds right there. You did real good then, son. Proud of you. I got 5 for 7.5.
Come on, Daddy.
I had me an old 3-pound smallie on a chatterbug this morning. Phew, sky high. Come on. I hate smallmouth.
Matt and Stetson both started out on the hook, and neither one of them ever caught bass.
He just come through here right then. He stopped and hit it again right then, and he never caught one. He said he didn't have a bass. No, he said he's zero. Got zero.
I think they're moving out. I think this hot weather has got them pushing their way toward the river finally.
Well, I'm gonna leave here and go to spring fishing brush. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck. Put a bow on it with that. That's a nice way to end it up there. Interesting conversation there. Brandon Pollock thinking maybe they're pulled on out of there. Headed to deeper water, maybe?
Swindle might be far away from the community holes, but he's seeing quite a few anglers and being able to talk to them, hear them. I don't think Wes Logan's heard a thing all day, just his own thoughts. He has found it, and 2 good bites, Davey. That's got to be encouraging for him, probably.
It certainly is, and he's a long way from the Tennessee River. He is in the Elk River, but if they're going to start swimming out towards the Tennessee River, those fish that Wes Logan are targeting have a long way to go.
Well, the first hour was a tiny bit slow, but after that, I think we've had a good, pretty peppy pace of fish catching going on out there.
Totally agree, and it has not surprised any of us. We talked about the diversity that we will see this week, and we've certainly seen that this morning.
Good, encouraging day, and still plenty more to come on this first of 4 days of fishing. Coverage continues right here on Bassmaster.com. In about an hour's time, Dave Mercer and a special guest will join us and take over the coverage for a while, and we'll be back here in the studio for the final 2 hours of fishing this day. Looking forward to sharing all that with you. It's great to be back with Bassmaster Live, and thank you for being with us. Coverage continues right here on Bassmaster.com, so stick around.
Got him. Get in here, Smalley.
Bunch of garters. What is that? Is that a tree hanging? What are they? I don't like it. Let's get out of here. Mm-hmm.
Either one hit it or I hit one of the two. That could have been it right there. A piece of string, probably an old trot line or something. Almost zero current today. It's about 13.
just made a move down to another little skew, and caught a little baby. And had a really large one. Come look at it. But a lot of bait. I almost wonder if I could just kind of go work my way back up towards the ramp on this ledge and just pick one off here and there. I think with no current, you know, they suspend a lot more. And so, and probably just out here roaming.
Got one right there. I think I see something. It might be a fish. Ooh, it was a fish. I don't know if it was a bass, but it was a fish. Dang it. Oh, we got to change something. Can't keep doing what we're doing. Can you go ahead and shoot me now?
May be able to catch some off of some trees and stumps along the way too. They, I think they'll just be spread out a lot more with this no current. So we probably need to cover as much water as we can. Jeez. So a lot of stuff roaming. I'd like to catch one and confirm that they're bass or if they're mostly catfish. No way he doesn't bite. That looked like a big bass. What are you, suspended fish? I think they're catfish. That one bit it. That's crazy. How tight they can get on that thing and not bite. It really is. I think I might go fish some bluffs. Been a pretty solid mayfly hatch too going on. Got a bunch of brim on the bluffs. Might be a good way to catch a big one right now that it's kind of tougher. Yeah, I think so. Nadine. Yeah. What if I caught like a 9? I would literally lose my mind. I think this might be a waste of time. Good idea, but worth keeping it honest. 2 of them have bit though. It's got me curious what they are. Let's roll.
Give me some.
We're going to put that in as
Sure. That's the only target out here. But no, he didn't hit it on the bottom. I was reeling it in. I say that. I reeled it up over the tree, and he ate it on top. What time is it? 10:40. We still got a chance at a limit. But notice he's right out in the middle.
Yeah.
I had 2 little ones on those stobs over there. They didn't get the bait, but they came up and looked at it. I don't think they were keepers, but that's 3 bites in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's this stupid thing. And my hard head. It's just the conditions we've got. I should have been doing it all day. How is it moving now? Must have been one heck of a storm that tore this place up. There used to be a marina here. That's what all these pipes are. Yeah, something got it. Or it was just so run down, it was too much to keep up with. There he is. I don't think it was him. I'm not certain, but should have sat, shouldn't I? Go ahead and do this one. Dang it. It's just a floater too. It was over here earlier, 2 days ago. Nope. That would not. That was a bass. It was not a keeper. Yes. I agree. Ooh, there's a big. It can't be a bass. It's got to be a carp. It's a rock, I think. No, it's a fish. It is a fish. See, that felt like the little one that was ticking me right at the outside. It could have been the same one that was up in there, but it may not have been either.
Welcome in on location coverage here in Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Haven't been here for the Bassmaster Elite Series since 2016, but the second biggest fishery in the great state of Alabama, right in the northern part of the state of Alabama, and we got a lot of action, and that action is being brought to you by FXR. Thank them for the great support here this week, and let's dig into it. What's been going on? Well, it feels like it's 2016 all over again. John Cruz led day number 1 then, and looky, he is leading day number 1 here again this year. Right behind him, Cliff Prince, great to see him in the leaderboard. John Garrett, another one of those pesky Elite Series rookies, and somebody you're going to want to keep your eye on all season long, and especially when we get to Tennessee River fisheries. He is showing out in a big way, and that the rest of our top 10. But I am standing along the shores of Wheeler Lake, and it is a toasty Alabama morning, and the best part is it just keeps getting warmer as the week goes on. I am joined by Tom Abram, Davey Heights in the studio. So, Tom, from Bassmaster Radio, thank you for pitch hitting for the great Davey Height here this week.
Well, it's great to be out here at Wheeler Lake, of course, Tennessee River fishery, and for me, it's only about 60 miles away or so, and you got to drive past a couple of Tennessee River lakes to get here, but it's going to be a toasty one. This is the coolest day probably of the week. It's just going to get warmer and warmer as we roll towards Championship Sunday. So, summertime patterns will start setting up, I believe, maybe as this event unfolds. I think we'll see those summertime patterns start to come in.
True story. The other night I was in the hot tub at home with the family, relaxing, and we were talking about how hot it's going to be here. It's going to be 97 on the weekend, and that was the exact same temperature as my hot tub, Tom. I don't think I'm going to do well.
You didn't
this
have
week.
mayflies, though. You didn't have a big mayfly hatch, did you, up there at the
not
hacienda?
Yet. No, not yet. But the mayflies are a big thing here this week. Yeah. But the Kennedy's children were actually feeding the bass mayflies this morning at the takeoff. But let's get caught up with everything that's been going on the water here at the 6th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series with your Yamaha Midday Report. Thank Yamaha for always being such a great supporter. And speaking of supporters, he is a 2-time Bassmaster winner, the always lethal Brandon Lester.
I thought uncharacteristically soft year last year for him, missing the Classic.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. But, Brandon's my neighbor, and I talked to him earlier this week, and he struggled in practice, finding something, and I think he's one of the guys that's going to work inside and out, shallow early and going deep later on. And that's the way it's going to be, for a lot of guys. But he did feel pretty confident coming into this one.
Good neighbor?
He's a great neighbor. And he fishes down here quite a bit. Does not call this his home lake. Tim's Ford Lake, which is where I live, is what he considers to be his home body of water.
Gerald Swindle got a camera all day long, and if there was a fan poll, if the fans could make somebody win an Elite Series event, he would win hands down. A 2-time Angler of the Year, but still chasing that first Elite title.
Which is amazing because we've seen so many guys show up on the tour and immediately win. Last year with Joey Cifuentes getting 2 victories, and it's happened over and over again. John Garrett, who's having a great start to his tournament here, has already got a win. We're seeing these guys get victories. Trey McKinney, the freaky 19-year-old kid, has already got a win. And yet here's Gerald Swindle, who's been doing this for however many years, right from the beginning. The 2 AOYs, a lot of good finishes, and still chasing that blue trophy. That'll be one of the most popular things that ever happens when he gets there. But the biggest thing is got to get him into the Classic so you have that moment on stage with him, because he is pure gold at the Classic on stage.
That'll look at Trey McKinney, who's leading everything there is to lead in professional bass fishing. Youngest Elite Series champion, youngest to ever lead Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and guess what? The youngest to ever lead Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. And when he won his Elite Series title earlier this year in Lake Fork, he weighed in the 4th biggest bag in Bassmaster history. But another one of those hot rookies, Logan Parks. Got to think he's a player this week, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. And Logan is a guy that has a certain amount of comfort in as much as that. A couple of years ago, he won a major deal. We won $500,000 and a truck and a boat and everything else, along with Tucker Smith, who's on the Opens series. So that gives you a little bit of backing, to start your career off with pretty nicely. But Logan's a good fisherman, and he finally got his offshore thing working a little bit today. Earlier, he was struggling there, kept saying he was going to move, and every time he said, I'm going to move, he'd catch one.
Got him cranking, actually, which, in past events here, you'd think everybody be doing that, but not anymore. A different fishery. And you know what a good way to start your career is? Well, win an Elite Series event in only your second season, and that's exactly what the little ball of hate Wes Logan did.
Yeah, he did it, of course, down at Logan Martin, his home body of water. And you see frogging earlier today, which is, be still my heart, right? Start throwing a frog in the lily pads. What a great way to get a day started, especially with a mayfly hash going on as well. And I think he'll have an opportunity to hang in here all week long, really.
Wes Logan, his best finish of the season at our last event. I believe he was top 15 there, right in the top 15. Kind of 14th, 13th maybe. So some great momentum and 2 events here in the great state of Alabama. But the guy that everybody has been chasing literally, well, other than one event, all season long, 19-year-old fishing phenom Trey McKinney. And we'll get out in the water with him live on Lake Wheeler. And for one of the first times, we've seen him kind of struggle a little bit this morning, Tom.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that he has. I thought he would do well here. He does well everywhere. But he is a kid that has been able to make great adjustments. And there he is hooked up here. He's a kid that's made great adjustments in his career. I think it's a little unfair just to label him a forward-facing sonar guy, and that's it. You see him in fishing shallow here and a good one there. And, he'll get it figured out at some particular point in time. He just... a bad event for him would be top 20.
Who's labeling anyone here, Tom?
Well,
don't bring your radio controversy on this
I'm just
show.
saying. I watch the podcast a little bit. I see that kind of stuff going on a little bit. Kid turned 19 the first weekend, though, right, of the Elite Series. Last year I fished the Opens last year, and I saw him out there. And instead of going to
Let's see how big this fish is.
I've never felt so relieved to have 10 pounds in my life.
Just hit 10 pounds. Instead of going to his junior prime, he was out fishing, open events. Just crazy. Not coming through the college scene as we've seen so many guys. He just said, I'm gonna go right to the University of B.A.S. and just get it done, and got in, and here he is. And you feel like you're seeing something special at the start, right? You feel like we're seeing the beginning of something really, really special.
An incredible angler. We've heard about him for a long time, and who needs the prom? I mean, the Bassmaster Classic can be his prom.
I tell you what, though, no shortage of ladies that might want to go. He's a good-looking kid.
Whoa.
Oh, he was at the Classic. Oh, he was just owning it, and he's mature beyond his years. 19-year-old kids, a lot of times they can't figure out what they want for lunch. But to listen to him talk,
I'll tell you that much.
And there he goes again. He really has. He's got it.
Chunk. That thing hit it and ran so fast. I bet he's 9:15. I know he'll help too.
See, I think this is what we'll see all week.
He touches.
There's a lot of diversity.
Yeah, this tournament's going to be. There's no shortage of variety. We're going to see guys fishing a lot of different ways.
Big coals, baby.
Yeah, Trey McKinney is basically a droid. I mean, he was really just brought to this earth to dominate bass tournaments. Yeah. I mean, if you look at even his footage of him, when he was 14, 13, fishing his way up.
Red.
I mean, he literally has been. Yeah. I mean, it's shocking that he's so put together, but I don't think that came without a lot of work.
I do a lot of weigh-ins for high school and college events, and sometimes it's just like pulling teeth to get the kids to say something. You've interviewed this kid every week on the Elite Series, and he's just a pro. I mean, he's just very, very comfortable in his skin, and he's got the lingo down, and he certainly can catch him, and he's calling now.
Yeah, it makes me feel immature every time I talk to him, really. Let's make a move out to another one of those rookies, Logan Parks, and as you mentioned, already won $1 million along with his partner, Tucker Smith. So a great way to start your career, but fished hard through the opens to qualify here for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and his presence has been felt early and hooked up live.
Oh. Rough boat flip. Got him in the tongue. Hopefully he'll be all right. I snapped it off that rock, and that sucker was gone with it. It's a good one. Heck yeah, he's almost 3. Yes, sir. 2.5.
And he didn't say big one.
2 3/4.
He said big one on all the 1.5 pounders he was catching earlier. And now he's upgrading.
It's okay. I think
in his mind he's got 20 pounds because he, but
he's allowed to do that.
He's good.
Yeah. I'll give him a pass on that. You can say big one. It's the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's a lot on the line, and you also have to believe a lot of the pressure. I mean, rookies always have pressure, but a lot of the chatter, which you kind of mentioned, that puts more pressure on them, but hypes them up a little more, wanting to perform, and they all really have continued to catch them all season long.
Well, they're very competitive. In the case of Parks, you look at Parks and McKinney, right?
Hooked up again.
There he goes again.
Moments like this make me realize how bad my television show is, Tom. I mean, there's no editor, and he's catching them that quick.
You're saying you can do a half-hour show in a half an hour?
Yeah.
But Parks, fishing competitively at a very, very high level at Auburn, and, that's where he kind of cut his competitive spirit. And then McKinney comes out of a rodeo family. You know what I mean? He comes out of a family that has competed and regardless of what kind of competition it is. And let's face it, professional fishing is a lot like rodeo. These are cowboys.
How is it?
Not just Joey C. These guys are cowboys.
How is it? How are they cowboys? I don't understand.
They're on the road. They're traveling. They're going place to place, like an old Garth Brooks movie or Garth Brooks song. You know what I mean? If you're not there at the house, that's okay. I'm going to the next lake anyway.
Wow, Tom.
Well, it's
you've taken this in a place I didn't believe we'd end up.
I'm just saying. Do you think these guys? Brandon Polinick went home to Idaho last week. First time he had been home in months.
Yeah. So a cowboy, that makes
cowboy.
Sense. Okay.
Bass fishing cowboy.
Well, yeehaw. Watching Logan Parks right now.
I tell you who was cowboys. Those boys fishing Saginaw Bay in the Strike King College Series event last week out on Saginaw Bay in 6-foot waves. They were, and it was, ironically, the Western Michigan Broncos that won it, and they were riding broncs out there. They almost, those guys said they didn't know if they were going to get back in.
Did you write down this material?
Well,
I feel like you prepared.
I had one of the guys on from the team, yesterday, so it'll be on this week's episode of Bassmaster Radio.
Never miss it. Logan Parks, one of 9 rookies, and you know what? It feels like I just talk about them nonstop, but it feels like they are always on camera.
Yeah.
But a guy that I'm happy to have back on camera, because as you said, a tough season last year, and that coming off a season where he literally was one place away from winning Angler of the Year. Very few tough seasons for Brandon Lester, but you got to expect him to be a player here.
He was my AOY pick last year. We did a podcast with Ronnie Moore and Kyle Jesse, and I picked Lester. I didn't go off on a big limb to pick Lester to win it, and he went the other way. And again, even missing the Classic, which is something I don't think he had missed one. I think he had made 7 or 8 in a row. But bouncing back, I've been in the boat with Brandon. He's a great guy, very versatile fisherman. He was frog fishing early. Talked about the mayfly hatch as well.
It's already tough, but these conditions are making it even tougher for me anyway. But we're going to keep bouncing around and hopefully run into them. If we can hit one offshore spot and get a little school fired up, I mean, we can do what we need to do in 5 or 10 minutes, so that's what we're going to do the rest of the day. I mean, I can't make myself, as June on the Tennessee River, I can't make myself go up there on the bank, and I know what lives out here, and Only so many tournaments where you get to do this. I'm gonna live or die this way, for the most part.
Come on, give us some neighbor scoop. Yeah, you have to have some inside scoop on him. But did he tell you anything going into this? I know you came prepared.
He had one bite on Monday in practice. He had 2 bites on Tuesday, and he was really flummoxed. He was worried.
Flummoxed?
Flummoxed. He was flummoxed.
Is that a word?
That's a word. He was flummoxed. I told him the old trick too. He's still a younger guy. I told him the old trick. I says, you when you do get near the shore, you tie on about a 1 ounce weight with no hook, and fire it into the tree and dump the mayflies out there. Knock those mayflies out of the tree and into the water, and you'll get a school of fish fired up. But I think there's a limit as to what you can do shallow. I think that there's 14 or 15 pounds. I'm thinking about the guys that have gone up the Elk River and things like that. But it's going to be somebody that runs into a school that is out deep that is going to end up doing the damage. The problem is it's not prolific out there. They're not everywhere.
We're looking at Jake Whitaker right now.
What's Jake doing there?
What else would he be doing? He unhooked a fish, and he was about to bring it back to his live well.
Looked like he had somebody else right near him there.
Now over to Tom's neighbor, Brandon Lester. Camera guy doing double duty, and we sure appreciate it. And I bet you we'll see a lot of that this week, because Wheeler is one of those bodies of water where people, just like the Beatles song, they come together, Tom.
Yeah. Wheeler is, it's also, and we'll talk about this a little more later on, but it's also kind of like restrictor plate racing in NASCAR, and I'll explain that as well.
Wow, we're going from rodeo to NASCAR. You never know where we'll end up. But the leader is the exact same leader we had in 2016. 2-time Elite Series champion, the cruise missile, John Cruz. Welcome back. On location coverage along the scenic shores of Wheeler Lake in beautiful Decatur, Alabama, for the 6th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Speaking of which, I'm a big fan of the spicy ketchup, but the spicy leader atop our leaderboard is John Cruz. Cliff Prince in 2nd place, John Garrett. And looking at that leaderboard, who do we got to be most nervous of if you are John Cruz?
I would be. We're not seeing Polinick on there now, I don't believe, right? In the top 10, he was earlier. I'm going to keep an eye on Brandon Polinick. He was 2nd by 6 ounces last year at the Open here. And, that's a guy that I would keep an eye on, because I think he gets it figured out.
Not to nitpick, but I believe it was 7 ounces, Tom.
Okay.
Now out to the little ball of hate, Wes Logan. Right. I might be totally wrong. But this is everything right about bass fishing.
Yeah.
Let's watch him.
Can you talk to us about your 4-3 that you had earlier?
Yeah, it was a good bite, obviously, especially the way this place is fishing. A bite like that goes a long way, but it was just flipping riverbanks, but I caught 2 real good ones doing it, and fished what I thought was the best section of it, and only got those 2 good ones and 2 little ones. And I fished all around that stuff Tuesday in practice and never got any more bites, so I just figured it was time to come back here. There's a big population of fish in here, and there's some big ones. You gotta, when they come up there and eat it, you gotta hope they get it. But yeah, fish like that goes a long way. We need 2 more of them.
Fish like that goes a long, long way, and it's so nice to see him fishing lily pads. That's everything good about bass fishing. But that fish that he was talking about, Tom, it's a game changer.
It is. Well, on this lake, it's definitely a game changer. 4-pounders are absolute gold, here at Wheeler. And it would, I talked about this being a little bit like NASCAR, like restrictor plate fishing, and that's what it is. And you catch one of these like this here, he catch one more like this, and he jumps from 9th place all the way up almost into the lead.
Just like NASCAR, we have sponsors, and I have to mention that this is your Power Pole replay of the day. And man, a fish like that, as you said, a big difference maker on this body of water. And I bet you there's a bunch of people in the bass fishing world loving seeing the way Wes Logan is fishing this tournament.
Well, it also goes to the thought that, you know what, you got to do what you do. You know, you can't just do what everybody else is doing or what you think is the hot thing or the trend. This is the way Wes Logan likes to fish, and it's great to see him doing it and making it work. He's sitting in 9th right now with 13.5 pounds, and it's great. I don't think he's got any electronics on right now. I'm pretty sure he's probably turned everything off.
Will this bite? Do you believe this bite can get better as the day goes on?
I don't think as the day goes on. I think it can hold up all week, early on. I don't know that it will get better as the day goes on. It'll be interesting to see how when it goes from 86 degrees today to 96 degrees Saturday or Sunday, whether or not it changes. But that sun's going to be pounding down. Those pads are canopy. And to try and cool those guys out, they put a couple of lily pads over our heads right now here to try and do the same thing. So, what would we do? We'd stay underneath the lily pads, right? Just kind of hang out. Wait for a frog to go by.
It's a great week to be a chunky Canadian MC, I'll tell you that much. Oh, yeah, I'll be hanging out under a lily pad throughout the entire way.
Yeah, bring the food to us. That's what you got to do.
Wes Logan, $2 right now, and Logan Parks, both Alabama anglers.
That's what I was talking about, though. There's a couple of pounds difference, 2.5 pounds difference, 28th to 9th. When I say restrictor plate fishing, there is going to be 75 limits. Everybody's going to catch 5. Who caught the 4-pounder? Who caught 2 4-pounders is going to make the difference. And
first cast.
There's a ton of guys right now that have 10, 11, 12 pounds. They're all bunched up, and one guy's going to break free a little bit. Right now it's John Cruz,
off of it today,
but not by much.
Because I don't need to be burning up keepers. Yeah, we just we made a move down the lake a little bit to a place that I fished in the open last year, and they're on it. Caught my biggest fish, almost a 3-pounder. Caught a couple like that. That's not going to help. Pound and 3/4 fish, so I don't really want to sit here and burn them up, but at the same time, I'd love to get a big bite here, and I know they're there. So I don't know. It's time to make a decision. I think we need to leave. I think that with how tough it is, I'll make one more cast. I'll make one more cast.
That's what he did this morning.
Then we need to leave.
It was
probably.
one more counted.
I really don't know with how tough it is.
You think he's just saying that so they bite?
The target weight is obviously catching.
And those offshore fish, Dave,
when it's this tough,
they seem to school in the same
as much as
size.
you can.
And I think that's what he's into right now. He's catching a lot of the same size type fish. And that's a kind of a common theme all along the Tennessee River.
Max scent hit worm on the back of a shaky
You get
head.
into them.
First cast, we caught another
and sometimes
one,
you gotta move spots and try and find a school that's got them just a little bit bigger.
All Alabama today with our cameras. Logan Parks and Gerald Swindle. Parks hooked up again.
Because he said he was leaving.
Oh, double box, double hookup.
Double hookup.
He beat it.
That's bringing it.
Cool.
Take that, studio show.
I ain't discriminating. They bite, I jerk. We have it.
Digging under the boat. That'll help, probably. Obviously, they like the shaky head here. That's a pretty good one. All right, now we're definitely going to leave.
Nice cast in the spot.
I'm glad I made another cast, though.
Because he was leaving.
And it's a call. He said he was leaving, and boom.
2.5 pounder. Gets rid of a high 1 pounder. Everything I got in there is over 2 pounds now, so it ain't much, but I think it's decent for how tough it is out here.
smallest fish is
Got
112.
2 clones, so I got to balance beam them. Making sure we get every ounce we can. Okay.
Logan Parks does a little culling. You a balance beam guy or a scale guy, Tom? What do you do when the dollars are on the line?
I throw them on the beam. I like the beam. I go old school. You know, I mean, the scale is great, but I still like to throw them on the beam.
The beam doesn't lie.
No.
Logan Parks, though, I'm predicting that all week we'll be hearing I'm about to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, anglers are insane, and if they find something that works, they will continue to do it.
Who do you think's more superstitious? Fisherman
Thanks for
or
joining
hockey
us.
player? I mean, Connor McDavid's worn the
Welcome
same
to
suit
the
the
party.
entire playoffs.
Oh, they're pretty insane, too.
They're insane.
I mean, I think most, probably anglers, I
What
think,
up?
because hockey players can take their frustrations out on other hockey players.
What you got?
But I'd say anglers are the most superstitious, but they all say
Yeah,
they're
I don't
not.
care.
Let's listen. Who's he talking
I
to?
said, what do you have? Yeah, same.
I know who he's talking to. But who I like to talk to is Gerald Swindle.
Yeah. Now, he went down up by the dam, the Wheeler Dam, and that water's a lot clearer. There's a lot of good points down there, community holes. There's one point, Dave, and I don't think I'm telling any stories here, but there's one point that about 300 yards off of the point, there's a pile of commodes that were dumped out. They're toilets. I mean, you talk about structure. There's a pile. Everybody knows, well, not everybody, but people know about this. It's a spot out there, and it's a size of maybe 20 square yards, and they dumped a bunch of commodes out there. Some contractor took a bunch of commodes out there, and they're stacked up, and it's structure. It's off a point, going down towards.
Man, because there ain't much wind.
And that water down there,
and actually, this is the first.
It's clearer and clearer, obviously, as you get closer and closer to the dam. He's down past. Well, there's First Creek and Second
Stop
Creek.
it, Tom. Let's listen to Gerald Swindle speak.
I've caught some on it in the past, but I just think it's different. It's a darker silver purple, so it's going to be a little bit more natural, and I'm going to burn it really fast through some of this stuff. I think when it's hot and it's like this, you just got to grind. This ain't hunting no school, so you kind of keep your head on you and just like, you know what? Don't lull in and sit there and like, oh, I'm going to just keep doing the same thing all day. You know, don't do, if you have a gut to swap color plugs, swap it, man. It's telling you to do it for a reason, and I just feel like this color is a little bit more natural than this color water. Everybody don't throw it. You know, some of these points are just slow tapering. 12 to 15 is perfect for this bait.
From Gerald Swindle, let's make a move to our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader, and the youngest Elite Series champion in history, Trey McKinney. Basically has spent the entire season with Brandon Feeney's camera person. Yeah. They can't get apart.
Going to have to get him a union card for all the TV time that he's
Baby.
Hooked up live.
Why are you guys so mean? Oh, there we go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Again, adjustments. He struggled
Finally.
early. Look at him now.
It's not a giant. That's definitely a big one for today. Dude, they're on those shallow little pieces of cover. Yes, sir. I'll take that every day of the week. Red.
McKinney climbing up that leaderboard, trying to get all those important Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. But atop our leaderboard, unfortunately, don't have a camera with him today, but if he stays there, we'll have a camera with him tomorrow. John Cruz with 19 pounds, 2 ounces. And last segment we talked about rodeo. This segment it was NASCAR and commodes, as you put it. So
Commodes.
Lord knows what next. Well, what are we going to talk next segment?
We'll find out when they come back.
It is a tale, and I can't wait to see where it takes us. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Live. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Sixth stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series season here on Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. And the best thing about this job is you ask a question and our crack crew chases it down to get you the answers. We saw a part of a conversation just a few minutes ago with Logan Parks. We weren't sure who he was talking to. Well, we've actually found out he was talking to the main event, Tyler Williams.
Yeah, I don't
Rookies communicating on the water, and let's listen in.
Yeah, same. I was just about to leave. I don't really want to sit here and whack on them. Yeah. And like, I've caught a couple like 170s that, you know, I would like tomorrow that I don't really need right now. Same here, brother. It's a freaking grind out here. Can't believe you found my little sneaky ditch over here. I caught him here in the open last year.
I caught him good here yesterday, Logan.
That's why we don't have 20 pounds.
Kind of like 19 pounds.
Sore lipped them all, Pat. Catch any good ones here? Caught a 3. Dang. Yeah, that's what I got. How is it up there? Have you been on the flats? Yeah. Nobody's catching nothing. No? Dang. Did you start here?
I started on the next one.
From two Wookie, not Wookiees. I love the Wookiees, but
Well, not only
rookies.
not only close on the water, but awfully close in the standings as well, about 8 or 9 ounces apart. Tyler Williams and Logan Parks. Not to be confused with West Logan, our pad perch crusher.
Wow. That needs a little work.
Yeah, that did.
Yeah.
It was, in my head, it sounded like it was going to come out good, and then it just fell apart.
Does that happen a lot, Tom?
As you age, Dave, when you get my age, you'll find out. You put words together that don't really go together.
Watching West Logan right now, and
God damn it.
he's having a great event. Off his best. Oh, hooked up live.
And that's the downside, right? I mean, the hookup ratio in the pads with a frog, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. To make it a little worse when that happens to you on Bass Live, you know we're going to show it again, Tom. That's what we do, the thrill of victory and the agony of angling, and that is it, right?
In slow-mo, no less. In slow-mo.
Ouch. sure Wes will love to talk right now.
Yeah. He showed a little of that little ball of hate there when I thought that rod was going over his knee, and I realized that's the only frog rod he had. Here he goes again. Maybe it's the same fish.
Well,
that's old school right there. Just look at him. Just eyeball him.
From his body language, I don't think that was the same fish. He still seems a little.
Well, the one that got away is always a 4-pounder, and the one that made it in the boat's the 1.5-pounder. Yep, and he flips it with disgust back into the lake.
Was that with disgust?
It was disgust. That was.
Get out of my boat.
Get out of here. You're not helping.
Get off my plane. Somebody who makes every tournament better. If you ask me, I believe we should have a camera on him all the time, is Steve Kennedy.
And he would take every one of those ones that Wes Logan's throwing back right now, because it's been a grind for old Steve.
The irony is this morning his son, SJ, was throwing mayflies off the dock after takeoff, and we were watching bass eat them. And Kennedy's struggling today.
Caught me a little largemouth. Caught a couple of little short spots. But I couldn't keep doing it. It's killing me. I'm trying to stay out here on these bluff walls and outside trees looking for a bite. I wasn't getting many in practice, you know. Had maybe 5 or 6 up here, but I saw some 4 and 5 pounders, so again, I had a big one come up on a gliding boil, and then I broke a hook on one on a hook set, so probably a pretty good one. But, so yeah, when things go wrong, they go really wrong.
Boy, and we have seen that over the years, but when things go right for him, they go very, very right. Steve Kennedy is a 3-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion. ...2007, obviously, Clear Lake. Even when everything went right, he had set the all-time weight record that time, but I remember him having to release multiple 10 double-digit fish because the fish were hooked outside the mouth, and it was a California state law. But that wasn't all. Got it done a little closer to home. West Point Lake in 2011 actually ran out of the parking lot trying to hide his swim bait from Mark Zona. Little known fact. Did not want to show Zona the swim bait, but Zona chased him down, and he found out what that swim bait was. A great crowd that day. And a great champion.
And he got pigeonholed a little bit. It's just a big swim bait guy, but he's not that. He's great with a swim jig and great in tight. And got this one.
Found a little sneaky spot for this one.
Yeah. Now 7 years ago. It seems like it was 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, Steve Kennedy, a 3-time Elite Series champion, also a 3-time member of the Bassmaster Century Club. And man, if you look at what he's accomplished in this sport, everywhere he's fished, you know, former PAA Angler of the Year, multiple FLW Tour wins.
Yeah, he had a friend of mine was down visiting him at his house about 10 years ago, and he came back and he was laughing. I said, "What's so funny?" He says, "You got to see Steve Kennedy's yard. It looks like a boat dealership." He said he won so many boats, and he doesn't do anything. They're just sitting out there. And his wife told me one time, "I'm trying to get him to sell some of those boats that he's won." Doesn't have a ton of sponsors. He's an engineer by trade, you know, and he'll tell you that. And he's got a very analytical mind. But he is a I'll never forget the day I had Steve Kennedy and Aaron Martins on Bassmaster Radio the same day, and I thought I was on the moon. Those two guys.
Kyle, one LY a couple of years ago, he's out of Opelika. Welcher, yeah. The Welcher's right there, too.
Loves him some Auburn Tigers, too.
He sure does. Little known fact.
Killing me.
Once, while we're reliving tough times, once won the opportunity to shoot a free throw or maybe a half-court shot, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Went and did it. I think there was like $10,000 on the line. Threw an air ball. Said the entire arena chanted air ball. What I like about him is if he's thinking it, he says it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no filter there.
I had 3 or 4 bites down this one stretch, and so far we have not had a bite. It's hard to say if they just quit biting because they turned the water down, or maybe somebody came down through here and stuck a couple of them.
I was saying earlier he was in creeks fishing docks, and now he's out fishing a bluff wall. So you know that's a guy trying to find something.
From one Alabama angler to another, 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the incomparable G-Man, Gerald Swindle.
Now that's a roll tide guy. You go from an Auburn War Eagle guy to a roll tide guy.
I don't get involved in that.
It's the Maple Leafs and Canadians. Don't worry about it.
You heard about the bejeepers out there. Come on, G. Duff's the big
Because
one.
you're reading my mind. It's like, come on, Gerald. There you go.
I think that's a cool boy. Had another 13-incher in there. We're slowly getting there. It ain't fast and furious, but they getting bigger. They getting bigger. As long as you get there, them 13-inchers. Pretty sure that's the 2 smallest right there.
He's had a limit for a while. It's just a small limit. A hard time getting his thumb in there.
I'm going to tell him you said that, Tom.
No, just saying. I mean that with love.
Yeah. Red goes.
Slowly culling his way up, and as he says, he's going the right direction. Lots more action to come, but that'll look at your leaderboard, and those top 3 spots have not changed since we started this segment, Tom.
Drew Cook has moved up a little bit, though. Pulled within 3 pounds of the lead.
Sure has. Cooper Gallant in 7th place. Justin Atkins, another Alabama angler. Clifford Perch, Wes Logan now in 10th place. But it doesn't matter where you are right now. It all gets decided this afternoon when they make it back here, a 3 o'clock Eastern time weigh-in on Bassmaster.com. The Yeti hot seat right now loaded by John Cruz, the Cruz missile. The same angler who led here in 2016 on day number 1, once again leading here this year. It's going to be a showdown, a throwdown, a big fish mowdown. Thank you very much, Tom.
Appreciate it, Dave.
Hey, it's so great to have you with us here. Bassmaster Live. We've been away for a few weeks. We are back in the swing of it, 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. This is stop number 6 of 9 events of this year. The Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, Whataburger Elite. This is day 1 of 4 days of fishing. Our live coverage brought to us by the folks at FXR. Thank you for that. We've seen some great pictures here today. The fish catching has been a little more diverse, maybe, than we usually have in a bass fishing tournament anymore. And we got a diverse top 10 if you'll look at those anglers right there. We have but one rookie in our top 10, which is, again, something a little bit unusual for this day and age for the year of 2024. But John Cruz, that's an example of things that don't change. John Cruz was the leader on day number 1 back in 2016, the last time the Elite Series was here at Wheeler Lake. And he caught 20 pounds and 7 ounces. He's getting close to that now. Wound up 3rd in the tournament, so the more things change, the more they remain the same, Davey Height.
Yeah, I'll be so curious to talk to John this afternoon and see if he's actually fishing the same area with the same technique and catching basically the same fish, maybe the grandchildren of the fish that he caught in 2016. I don't know.
That's right. A few generations down.
What a great start to this event, and we all thought, man, there'll be a lot of diversity here on this lake. But I think it's even surprised us. And we just have to say one thing that you mentioned, to only have one rookie in the top 10 at this point unofficially is something we haven't seen in a very long time.
A little bit unusual. The rookies are very, very strong. Welcome to you here into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. We got more coverage going to take you all the way, essentially, to weigh-in time. And Ronnie Moore, of course, is with us. And Ronnie, I know you made mention of it before we even got started today. Big day as far as the success of this year for so many of our anglers.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the season, you're either fighting for Angler of the Year, you're fighting to maybe stay requalified for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and if your goal is still set for the Bassmaster Classic, you only have 8 guaranteed days left in the season. 4 events, Thursday and Friday of each day. You better catch them now and make it Saturday, Sunday, as many days as you can. And we know a couple guys. Gerald Swindle's one of them. We're not going to tiptoe around it. 94th in points coming into the event. Needs to get top 15s, top 20s over the next 2 to see how it may shake out and if he has a Classic Hopes shot going into the last 2 events.
We saw one of last year's stars, Joey C. Fuentes, moving to the top 10 temporarily this morning, and he needs a win here.
Oh, he needs a couple of them for sure. Yeah. There are some people right now that are looking at that final event at the St. Lawrence River as their only hope to make the Classic. At this point, they're just trying to get their average, their AOI average better and not be 90th or 100th at the end of the year, maybe 70th, 65th.
The Such is also with us, Mike Sukon. He's working on an audio problem right now, so we had to miss him in the morning for one reason, now we miss him for another one. But right now, why don't we fill the gap with a look at our midday report to see what has happened out there on Wheeler Lake on day number 1. Let's start with the Tennessee angler, Brandon Lester, very, very familiar with the Tennessee River.
Very consistent angler, no matter where we are in the country, but certainly knows the Tennessee River about as good as any elite angler that we have currently fishing. 78th place unofficially right now with only 3 pounds, 11 ounces. A little surprising, but I talked to Brandon yesterday, and you know, you talk to these anglers the day before the event starts, and a lot of times you hear a lot of skepticism, I guess, about, I don't know about this, I don't know about that. But when Brandon told me I spent the first 2 days of practice, full days out on the main river, and I really just couldn't get it done, I believed him. I knew he was being honest with me, and you saw where he started shallow this morning, swim jig, frog, a little buzz bait. It just not has worked out very well for Brandon Lester so far.
Well, let's talk about Gerald Swindle. Gerald Swindle knows this place so very, very well, and so much experience here, success here in large measure in the past. And we heard him say just a few minutes ago, I'm slowly getting there, but it has been a little slow for him size-wise.
Yeah, surprisingly slow. Like you mentioned, Gerald Swindle, a lot of experience up and down the Tennessee River at all these different lakes, and has had a lot of success. Also, a slow start for him. Also started on Decatur Flats. He's mixed it up. He's been main river. He's been all the way down towards the dam, and he has barely, little by little, upgraded. 712 is not bad. If he can get up around that 9, maybe even 10 pound range, he can certainly survive and have a chance to make it into that 50 cut tomorrow.
Logan Parks is a rookie who is the only rookie in our 6 that we're covering today, Ronnie Moore. But a lot of people were picking him to do well at this event right here.
Yeah, he did well in the Open last year in May. So they had shad spawn, some early Decatur Flats action. A little bit different situation here, but being from Alabama, fishing a lot of tournaments, having family in the region, he is not new to Wheeler Lake. So this isn't a home lake for him, but he feels very comfortable here. Just one of the many stops on the Tennessee River he's fished before.
He has been the picture of diversity today. We've seen him throw a lot of different things with some success.
little bit of trial and error there, Davey, and you know it better than anybody. Offshore spots, Tennessee River, that is the name of the game. If you ever find a school that you can throw one bait on and catch them, they've never been fished for. Otherwise, you better rotate baits.
That's exactly right. Well, of course, we've got our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, as we always do on a day number one, and that, of course, is the rookie Trey McKinney.
Yeah, we just look at that. 31st place unofficially, and you see, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? But Elite Series rookie, most guys in most years would be happy with a decent start. 31st place unofficially, 10 pounds, 13 ounces. He's mixed it up quite a bit. We heard him talking to his friend JT Tompkins, and he said, hey, a lot of these places where I thought there would be groups of fish, 8 or 10 fish, they're gone. There's only a fish here and only a fish there. He's mixed it up quite a bit. This morning you see him there out in front of a seawall. He fished around some of the barge tie-ups. He's fished some of the stuff around Decatur Flats, a little bit of eelgrass. He's done a lot of different things, just small fish for Trey McKinney so far this morning.
The only thing that would be bad about 31st, Tommy, for Trey McKinney is if Jordan Lee was first right now, because that means his AOY lead would be 0 and they would be tied.
But
31st otherwise, I think 99 other elite guys would take 31st.
Yes. And way up the river is Wes Logan. Wes has just decided to get away from humanity today, and sometimes that's a good thing to do when you're trying to win a tournament.
It definitely is. Wes Logan with 13 pounds, 6 ounces unofficially. He has definitely mixed it up this morning. We saw him with nothing but a frog in his hand around those lily pads, and then he switched it up. Not a lot of success, but switched it up, pulled out a jig, and started pitching the bank, a little shade line along some of these deeper banks way up the Elk River. 13 pounds, 6 ounces, and we just saw him catch a fish a few minutes ago that he could not cull with because he had one fish that was deceased. Saw him break a big fish off earlier, so Wes Logan with some golden opportunities that he has not been able to take advantage of so far this morning.
What I do like to see, though, Davey, you know how a frog bite is. That used to be the bait that anglers would live and die by. You know, now it's like the glide bait and things like that. For Wes to have such a good frog bite in practice, to feel confident to do it, and know to put it down after a few hours. They're biting it different today. They're not doing. Put it down, and he was able to survive. That bite may come back in play later this week.
Steve Kennedy, we did not see in our midday report there, but we're going to catch up with him right now, and he spent most of his day far up the Tennessee River.
Oh, he's close. Really close. Not doing well, though. That is a keeper bass. Oh my goodness. Come on, give it up. I caught one.
What should I put that one in?
11 ounces. They do exist.
So Bass Trent says 1 pound, 7 ounces.
With 2.
You got the Auburn University graffiti in the background too, which sort of makes the picture complete for Steve Kennedy.
I think he might have did that.
He might have done it himself. I wasn't going to say it myself, but
it's hard to put a piece of bamboo in the ground there, Davey. So maybe it was the spray paint that marked the spot.
Yeah, you look at that, you say, what are the odds? But if you fished around the shoreline of Alabama, the state of Alabama very often, you see a lot of Auburn and Alabama graffiti.
Yeah, absolutely. A few roll tides here and there.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, you can only write about an ex-girlfriend so many times on that same rock.
Yeah, with that glide bait fish and the one I broke the hook on, I feel like I had a chance still. So we still got 2 hours, hour and a half. So he was out there on the
jig
bluff.
on the trees and
Look at
stuff,
that.
and I think that
Look back at
there's
it.
some bigger largemouth hanging around eating on the brim that were eating on the mayflies. But the mayfly hatch is pretty much dwindled. So the fish that were here didn't just swim out into the middle of the lake though. Should still be here. At least for a little while. Been a pretty solid day though so far. I mean, I'm not gonna be in the lead, but dang sure better than practice was. And we're really one, solid bite away from having a really good day. So got one little rat that needs to go. I caught a 4-pounder and a 3-pounder right here on the stretch in practice the first day, so. Oh my gosh, this is terrible.
When I get to the house,
somebody will be home.
Logan Park's currently 49th, or at least to start the day, 49th.
Bird's nest action on live. It's always good.
Progressive Angler of the Year point. Trey McKinney, number 1.
Both very solid fishermen. We knew that when they got here on the elites.
I did catch them later though in the afternoon. That's not enough shade on this right now.
49th in AOY, Tommy, and 9th out of 10 in Rookie of the Year. Because right now 9 are within the classic shot. And Tim Doobie's only 20 points behind Logan, so he's probably in AOY, he's not 49th.
They might all make it into the classic this year.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Tim Doobie's 59th, so all 10 rookies in the top 59.
Whatever happened to paying your dues before you got to the class?
That's the opens now.
Good point.
Yeah, it really is a true statement.
You leave the opens with a few less hairs on your head and tight shoulders from the stress, and you get welcome to the Elite Series and a little bit more prepared, ideally. And Davey knows this. When you're desperate to succeed, especially in a competition like the Opens, every single stone's going to be unturned. Every strategy, every opportunity. So the guys have, hey, electronics aren't my gig, I better learn them. And then they get to the elites and they're ready to go.
It is a great university to go to learn how to be a top-level pro. That's for sure. John Cruz, who's been matriculating in this top level for a long, long time, is on top today, just as he was 8 years ago in 2016 right here on Wheeler. Cliff Prince hanging in there tough. And spot number 2, and John Garrett, who's won already this year down at the Harris Chain in Florida, holding down 3rd place. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. And we are pushing on into the afternoon here. For some of the anglers, just an hour and a half's fishing time left to go if you're in the earlier flights. Something around that, longer if you were taking off a little later this morning. So John Cruz Jr. on top right now, and we've mentioned this before, but it is kind of a historical oddity. The last time the elites were here, 2016, first day leader was John Cruz Jr. with a weight not too different than the weight you see posted right there. And he's not done fishing for his day. It might turn out to be exactly the same thing for the angler from Virginia who has been out here since 2006. That was the start of the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this was his adventure here, especially the first day. And second and third days, he performed very well also.
Yeah, it's really incredible to come back to the same fishery. Be leading the first day. It's a little later in the year, looking at how he caught those fish back in 16. I don't think that's what he's doing today. I was a little curious about that, but when you look back on that footage, I'd be very surprised. It looked like he was focusing a lot on the shad spawn that particular year, but good for John Cruz.
A little bit of Elk River mixed in, shad spawn stuff mixed in, some schooling fish as well. He was one of the Tackle Tip Tuesdays we did just a few, I think last week before the Wheeler event. He said, I spy a Wheeler fish catch. I like that energy going into the event. I want to keep it. And so I don't think he's catching schooling fish, but some people just gel with lakes.
Sure.
So what was a lake for you, Davey, that you gelled for that's not close to home?
That's why I'm here with you, Ronnie. I never found one that I gelled with very well.
Cruz also a good record up on Guntersville too. He's had some good performances up on Guntersville. So this stretch of the Tennessee, obviously is.
He might be in. No, you can't lock through. I'm just kidding. He's not. He didn't go to Guntersville.
Answer your question though, Ronnie. The month of May is what I gelled with, and a lot of success in the state of Alabama.
Justin Hamner up to 9th place.
Hey, there's Such.
3.5 pounder. Yeah, I'm a loose wire.
Welcome back.
I mean, I had a loose wire.
So now I got 2 Alabama anglers in our top 10.
Good look here at Logan Parks. I know 34th is, he said he's happy with it, and like we were saying, for most anglers, a 30th place start in these elites is good, but he's done a lot of different things catching a few fish. He's gonna have a good tournament here by the time everything shakes up, shakes out. Fishing some bluffs with a jig now. We've seen him fishing shallow, fishing deep, using a lot of different baits. You can tell he's got a lot of experience and some history here on this lake, just by the way he's fishing.
Cranking deep.
Yep.
Seems like people would want to have one thing going and catch all their fish on that and feel real confident in doing that, but having confidence that you could go pick up 5 or 6 things also gives you some security that if one pattern dies, one area is not going well, this bait's not working, I can switch easily, whereas someone else who's got such a surefire thing, as soon as that wanes for whatever reason, boat number, current flow, sun or clouds, all of a sudden you're in panic mode, and at least he knows he can slide and get a bite somewhere else.
A lot of people call that junk fishing, but I like that. Some variety, and hey, if the sun shines, I do this. If the cloud, if winds, I do this. Current generation, I do this, or I don't do that. I think you have a better shot after 4 days if you've got a variety of things that tools in your bag, so to speak.
You kind of factor in your bets that way a little bit too. So possibly if you do that, you don't miss something you might have totally missed if you'd only done one thing all day.
Right. Yeah, get in. You hear anglers say, "Got in a bad rotation." If you're doing one thing and get in that bad rotation, it's impossible to get out of it. But if you've got multiple things that you're doing throughout the day, then you're more likely to hit the nail on the head, so to speak, on at least one pattern.
Our 2 rookies that we're following today, and they're giving us the same result. 1 ounce apart.
And just ahead of them is Tyler Rivette, who's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass today, a 6.5 pounder.
6, yeah. Ooh. He's still got a total of 11 pounds though.
11 and a quarter.
2 choices for the rest of the day. We can go back up to the flats, and maybe with this current picking up, it might, get a little afternoon flurry on a place. Or we can run all the way down to the dam and fish the concrete. I really don't know which one I would rather do. By the concrete, I mean fishing the actual dam, the wall. Probably less people down there.
Where's the last place we saw someone doing that? Probably Lay Lake, I guess. Fishing the concrete.
Yep. Yeah. I think you're right. I think we'll definitely see that this week.
The thing I like about this bluff is it has a bunch of little gravel spots within it, kind of.
Trey McKinney here again. We remind you, finished 7th place in the Tackle Warehouse EQ event here. St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Here's our current standings. Tackle Warehouse EQ for 2024. Canada's Evan Kung sitting on top. Texas Dakota Ebear. Easton Fothergill came here by the college route. Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan, Matt Adams from right here in Alabama. Paul Marks of Georgia. Butler Bakewell and Bo Browning of Arkansas.
You got a Josh Butler going to the Bassmaster Classic from his Logan Martin win. That got him in the top 9 as well. You've got a Floridian, Bobby Bakewell, like you said, holding it in. Yep. Easton and Bo just graduated from college the Saturday of the Logan Martin event, so they're finally fishing their first Open as an actual adult, graduated student this coming week. Eufaula, Oklahoma. I think practice would start for Eufaula Saturday.
Is that when you get classified an actual adult?
Actual adult.
When you graduate from college? I think a lot of people would argue with my getting that status when I graduated college.
I think the deal is now they have to pay their own entry fee. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the case. Easton's earned his from his college bracket victory.
Yeah.
So those standings, certainly there's a lot of fishing to go, but just looking at those 10 names, I recognize quite a few of them. They'll be, the 10 that we have next year will be a handful, just like the 10 we have this year.
Oh, there's a lot of good guys knocking on the door right outside there.
Yes.
Tucker Smith, Kyle Austin, Cliff Pace is in there, Trevor McKinney.
Such, I feel real good looking at those 9. When we had talked before the season started, how would we have a bunch of young guns like last time? And I said, I think we're going to have a mix of brand new guys to the Opens from college. We'll have some veterans that fished professionally somewhere, somehow. And we'll have some guys who fished the Opens for a while. And we got kind of 3, and 3 at least.
Last year, I think the EQs were pretty much settled. Those top 3 kind of ran away with it. But this year, I see a little bit more movement potential of getting in from in the teens and 20s even.
What makes you say that? Because how close they are in the points?
A little tighter points-wise, and we had a runaway of 3 guys. I mean, it's a big breakaway.
What we discussed was 7 of the 9 qualifiers finished in the top 25 after Eufaula, Alabama, and really 4 to 5 of them went on a streak of
top 20s.
Of top 20s in the first 4 events. Logan's hooked up, and so they kind of had boxed out, Davey. They had boxed out,
right?
Because they had done so well so early.
It's not going to help either, I don't think. Smallmouth. Heck yeah. I love smallmouth. He's probably not 15 either. I don't know.
Smallmouth of the year on camera. Of the year.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Right when they cut away from us, we catch one.
We're with you. We're with you.
Yeah. Not even 2 pounds. Beautiful, beautiful fish though. Kind of right where I was talking about. You have this transition from steep bluff to gravelly, clay, you know, just a different type of rock, and that's right where he was. Maybe we should just stay in this shade the rest of the day. This feels nice.
And so with that, Davey, just to finish our Opens conversation, over half the qualifiers through half the season hadn't finished outside the top 20, kind of limited who could come back. Through 3 events this year, only 3 people had gotten top 50s in every event because Santee Cooper really threw a bunch of people in the dirt. And then through Logan Martin, I mean, another one drops off. So you've only got 1 or 2 guys who've gotten top 50s in all 4 events. So everyone's allowed an 80th place finish this year, it seems, and still be able to come back.
So we've got next week's event in Oklahoma,
Yep.
On Eufaula in Oklahoma. We've also got a Minnesota event on the way.
Yeah,
Leech Lake.
We get to do one each month until October.
Champlain in July.
St. Clair.
St. Clair, rather,
Yep.
excuse me, in July.
We'll go to Leech in August, Mississippi River in September, and then Hartwell in October.
A lot of diversity there in that schedule.
Yeah.
It's 4 or 5 bites down the stretch. Not too bad.
Now, this program that Wes Logan's running, I had a spy on the Elk River. Said, actually, I'm watching, I was on the phone with him, actually, I'm watching Wes Logan right now fish some ducks in the Elk River. And the water looks great. I feel like this could be a solid, stable area for guys in the tournament. Now, I don't know if it's this dock or not, but I was told that, and so it looks like Wes gleaned enough from practice to trust it in the tournament.
Move again. Get your drink of water and go to another pile of brush.
Oh, we've heard Gerald talk a lot about little sneaky brush piles today. I guess that was part of his plan.
Yeah. Up the creek a little bit. Swindle sticking with the plan and has been catching them steadily, just hasn't found anything with any size so far today. He's got some time left, more than an hour left to fish. We got plenty to show you remaining here on Wheeler Lake. Our live coverage continues from here. Wheeler Lake, Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, sixth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And there's a map reflecting all catches during the day, all sizes, up and down Wheeler Lake, all 60 plus miles of it here, all 67,000 acres, or 69 depending on the pool, depending on whose estimate you believe.
And this is a tough day.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a tough day on the Elite Series. Holy cow.
Look at all the fish catches.
Yeah,
they're not all 5-pounders, but gee whiz.
Yeah, it's not exactly the Gobi Desert out there. I mean, they've been doing some pretty good fish catching as the days go on, and it just continues on up the lake and on up the Tennessee River. You can see it in the distance up there. I'm going to get all the way to the dam on this one and find some anglers up the top. Fishing concrete is our man, almost fishing concrete. About 5 of them up there, 6, 7 catches during the day.
Not far from Browns Creek or Seabold.
Oh, so close, but so far away.
Yeah.
I've been counting. We got 23 fish over 4 pounds today so far.
That's pretty good.
Led by Tyler Rivette, 6'8". Alex Weatherall had a 5'4". Helped him get over 15 pounds.
Brandon Lester.
A lot of fish in here in the past. It's just a real good area. I came in here just to try to get some bites, and as soon as I pulled up, I missed one. One came up chasing bluegill down the bank. I threw in there and he hit my bait, but he didn't eat it. I missed him. And then I lost a keeper shortly after that, which kind of stinks, but I just didn't get a good hook in him. But we'll try to fill out my limit this way. I mean, you can definitely catch a big one this way. A lot of fish to be, well, not a lot of fish, but there's some fish to be caught this way for sure. I mean, they're kind of feeding on bluegill and stuff like that back in these creeks a little bit, so. This is probably what we'll do for the majority of the rest of the day. At least that's my plan. See if we can make something happen.
Well, our full field out there trying to make the top 50 after tomorrow's.
Gosh.
Wow.
A lot of gar and carp in these creeks too. You can hear the carp in there.
See the size of that gar?
I thought one ate his jig when he brought it out of the water for a second there. Set the hook.
A lot of fishing left to go, but Alabama's Scott Canterbury, the man in 50th spot right now. And in 51st place, both Corey Johnston, who won already this year, and Jordan Lee, who was I think the favorite as far as fantasy goes in Pool A, right?
Yeah, I think that him and Trey, obviously Trey had like 19% as well, but I think that everyone in the world other than Trey McKinney expects Jordan Lee to cut that lead from 30 points to nothing, or to take the lead by the time these two Alabama events roll out. You can't get too, other than being on your actual home lake of Guntersville, you can't get closer to your home lake than Smith, where he spent a ton of time growing up, and then Wheeler, which is right down the road from Guntersville. So
9-9 is the 50th position right now. We're talking about
20 pounds, Davey.
What's that?
More than that to make the cut?
Oh, yeah, I think it will be. I think it'll be
10 or
like
11 a
12
day.
pounds a day.
Or?
Yeah, 24.
Yeah.
You think so?
24, yeah. Which is,
call that a successful
honestly,
event? Yeah.
Heard a lot of, oh, it's tough. But when I saw this on the schedule, I would have said 50th place, 12, maybe 13 pounds a day.
It's a post-spawn Tennessee River tournament where they're not pulling current and they're not grouped up like they'll be, like they maybe were a couple weeks ago, or like they'll be in a month.
Correct.
Now, what would you get the winning weight down to or up to? Because I lowered mine after all the dock talk from 80 into the mid-70s.
I think we're right on line with 70s. I would have guessed that too, I think. Now, low 70s, no, 71, 72 versus 79 is, it's really close over 4 days, but it changes my look on, wow, we were there a little earlier, a little late. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think so.
78, 79 versus 71, 72 is, But I think 70s is a number that I looked at preseason for this, to win this event. I didn't think it was going to be hundreds, and I didn't think it was going to be 50.
No. That's why I put it, not just to be optimistic watching live, but I put it at 81 because every time I think it's going to be tougher, they'll catch somebody.
It may be 81.
And so that's, but it is different. It's crazy how we shake a stick at 20 pounds now, like it's like 20 pounds a day on lakes in June.
Yeah.
That would be like they did something, like that's more impressive to me than breaking 100 at Toledo in the pre-spawn. Like we had thoughts and hopes and they did it. Here, breaking 20 pounds a day with no current flow in post-spawn, heck yeah.
Last time there were only 7 bags over 20 pounds, though, and there were guys were here today, gone tomorrow. I mean, Amori started with 10 pounds in 71st place on day one. Then he had 3 bags over 20 the next 3 days to win, get 80.
I think that's a product. I remember Jerry McKinnis coming in to the angler meeting and saying, these elites that, we're going to start something next year. It's the elites going to try to go to the best fisheries at the best times. Has that always been the case? No, but it's usually the case.
Yeah.
It's usually the case. And, back in those days, about the time I remember him coming in the room and saying that, 20-pound bags were unusual. And now, like you say, if it's not, top 20 anglers having 20 pounds a day, it seems like, what are we doing here?
What went wrong?
A terrible time.
Yeah. We're ruined a little bit.
It's not. We got to keep remembering, it's not vacation. I get we want to have fun. We're not going on a vacation.
Right.
This is work.
Yes.
And so if you're going to have some of these tricky or stingy or tough, it's work.
Yes.
Like we're going to watch you break it down, and that's why
Those are some of the most dramatic tournaments.
Oh, they're so
They are.
Within
so
16,
fun.
18 pounds.
When
tops.
you don't
And
know,
educational also. I like to see Logan, deep cranking, throwing a jig head minnow, throwing a jig up around a bluff wall. I like to see that.
Yeah. If you only had bicycle races that went downhill, you'd only be getting half the story.
Sometimes you're pedaling uphill and you hit a pothole too, Tommy. There's those tournaments, but
nobody likes to pedal uphill anyway. That's right. That's about like what we're saying. This is like
when you see Steve Kennedy all the way at the Gunnersville Dam, and you see Wes Logan all the way up the Elk River, you got 65 miles between two competitors.
Yeah.
And their different strategies they're doing for it. I absolutely love it. When you have a tournament and you don't know how or when you're going to catch a 4-pounder, and everyone knows that that's going to be the most important fish, that is sometimes so much better than everyone's going to catch 4s. It's who catches the most 4s. You know, it's like that one bite that clues you in or makes or breaks your tournament. Not a 4, but that's a good one.
That's
for today.
Better than his 14-ouncer.
Yeah, I don't think you can call that one.
You can't call that one anymore.
Oh, that's right.
Which will make this one less impactful, but if you do, Davey, have 4 over 3 pounds or 4 over 2.5, and you do have that one small straggler, you're just making the best of what it is.
Yep. That's all you can do.
$3.2.
That's a good one.
So Wes Logan, Steve Kennedy both knew that when they committed to what they're doing, that was it for them. They were not going to be able to go someplace else and totally change courses because there's just a lot of travel involved.
You normally don't hear anglers sigh for that call, but still a 3-pounder going to the bottom line. He's got 4 3s now.
Hard not to think about what could have been.
Steve Kennedy is on the move right now, we are told.
Hello. We're going hunting for a big one. I shook off 2 in here. I say I shook him off. I stuck one of them and he whooped me. I don't have a lot of time, but I gotta go try him. Gotta go try him. I'm a little concerned. I saw some mud kicked up. Looked like a boat had been in or out recently, but it could have been just the current. Anyway,
So given
it's a cool place, though.
This is a great looking place. Given the time of day and everything, what's the plan for the rest of the day?
We're going to see if I can catch this one fish I shook off, or 2 fish I shook off, and then we got to get back out there on those walls and pray. That's all you can do, man. I'm telling you, it's one of the toughest practices I've had in a long, long, long time. And anyway, I should have gone the other way. I should have gone there and fished some of those fish that weren't current dependent. And but again, like I said, I got that boat number 3. I didn't have a ledge to go to, so I tried to go up there behind the dam where I caught one, and I couldn't fish that stuff because there were other guys practicing on it. So I thought I had a chance to get one quick, and then pick up a couple of these little ones on the way back. But I don't know. At this point, I've convinced myself I'm not going to catch a limit.
Different strategies.
Yeah. Let's get back downstream. See if we can find Trey McKinney. Right there.
Just outside the Elk River.
They're about 35th place.
Well, I've never been more happy to have 12 pounds in my life, but it's just so tough. I don't know what's going on. Like this little seam right here, they were pulling current the other day, whoosh, threw it out there, bam, catch a 3-pounder. I was like, oh, go back out there, shake one off. I just made the same cast, caught a little one, but still a bite at this point. I've had one bite that we didn't catch all day, and I mean, we haven't had any opportunities. They're like, oh, I don't know what's going on. We fished bluffs, grass. We're probably about to go back up to Decatur. Now, I'm gonna hit one pile back here. Like, I've fished so much brush, nothing. Absolutely nothing, but this one's too good not to. It just looks good. I'm sure the people on the school places caught some, but you can't get on them if they sit there all day. Man, it feels perfect. We got just enough current too. I'm trying to wash my jig up there. Just kind of bounce it down the rocks. Threw up a little shallower. We'll see what happens. It's usually really deadly. You just bump them. Throw it up there and bump your jig back with the current. I just kind of lift and let it kind of go on its own pace. I don't know. It's been, the thing is, I haven't even seen that many. I haven't seen many follow my bait. Haven't seen many bass or I think are bass. I mean, I am left clueless. But all it takes is one bite to change our day. And I'm just gonna fish how I think I could get that one bite. At random, don't get me wrong, but run real quick, hit a pile. Just right over here.
Never been happier to have 12 pounds, Trey McKinney. He's got the perspective on what he's doing and where he's at within every tournament we have seen him in so far. Good stuff. Now, have you not considered the Bassmaster Rightwaters Kayak Series? Yamaha Rightwaters Kayak Series, man, these guys catch big fish. There is no doubt about that. They just completed a big event. One pool up from where we are today, up in Lake Guntersville a few weeks ago, and Eric Siddiqui had a total of 189.50 inches. That is a lot of bass for 2 days of fishing.
Yes, it is.
I mean, that was a big one. That was a big time one there. Next up, coming up in the month of July, Susquehanna River, up in the northeast. So if you want to follow that, use the QR code there to follow what's going on. The Yamaha Rightwaters Bassmaster Kayak Series. Hope you're having a great Thursday. We are having some live bass fishing for you here. Our live coverage continues at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Got our full field out here. This live coverage sponsored by FXR. And we have seen a lot today. A lot of good, diverse ways of catching fish. And the best catcher of all has been John Cruz Jr. John Cruz is full-time all through the entirety of the Bassmaster Elite Series. From 2006 on, John Cruz has been one of the stalwarts here. He's at the lead today, 19 pounds and 2 ounces. Been out there a good time. And we're just going to dub him, Davey, our marathon peak performance, because he has got the peak performance of the day.
Had the peak performance way back in 2016 on day one, and doing it again here, marathon peak performance. John Cruz, you look what jumps out. Started the day with a 312, and second fish being a 4-pounder. Smallest fish of that 5-fish limit. 215, let's go ahead and call that a 3-pounder, because these guys always shade a little low with those weights. So I'm going to say all those fish for John Cruz. 3+ pounders, that means everything. But a 414, fish number 5. Total weight 19 pounds, 2 ounces. A great start for John Cruz here. Certainly gives him the marathon peak performance.
We'll backdate that 2016 effort and call it the Twin Peaks.
Yes.
2 identical performances on day number 1, see? Fell off about 12 pounds on second day in that tournament, but backed it up to 19 plus on the third day. Back in 2016, was able to hold on to stay in third place at the end of it all. Back out to Gerald Swindle. take a look at what he's looking at.
Gerald Swindle promised us a little Spring Creek, and he is in Spring Creek area right now. Brush piles, he promised that. You see one there looking at his Mega Live. Some bait fish and brush pile, and I see what looks like a few bass swimming around also.
I'm still kind of holding the course. Said I'm crock pot cooking, baby. And I know you can't do it all at one time, so I'm just gonna keep throwing them. I got 2 springs I can fish going back. It's 10 after 1, I leave down here at 1:30, got a 25, 28 minute run back. They give me 30 minutes to fish. But it's just late in the day and people running in here, it tells you it ain't great. But we have caught up. We're making some calls, making a little progress. That big pile of brush, it's a tall piece right there. You can see the limbs and stuff off of it, and it's slammed full of whites and crappie and everything else. But that's what them bass eat a lot of times too. You know, and there'll be so many whites in there a lot of times, and them little sand bass you can't really see good, and you have to throw around in there and make them move, and then you can see the bigger fish in there. I'll throw this Demiki in there and see if I can, just to see if I can make one move, or I'll hang it up. Little pile of something right there. So many trash fish up. The catfish have decided to have a going out of business party is what it looks like. Let's run out here to the mouth of the bridge and hit it, and we'll. I think you just got to stay the course, baby. That's our motto today, and we're not changing. Takes 2 big bites, and everything looks like you're a genius. I mean, we got rid of all our tiny ones, traded them out for £1.50 or £1.75. We need that key 4-pound bite.
Rookie Timothy Doobie just got that key 4-pound bite, 4.5 pounder. He's jumped up to 14th place from probably near where Swindle was, near 60s.
There you go again. I'll see if that water's flowing back in that bridge. Biggest community hole in the lake. I'm catching me a 4-pounder there.
A lot of fish have been caught there. That bridge at Spring Creek that Gerald is talking about.
No doubt about it, Davey Height. And Wheeler Lake, it was in the infancy of Bassmaster Live. We've been there those 4 elite times we talked about, 08, 09, 11, and 16. Only one of those years we've seen Bassmaster Live. And me and Davey, we were both on the water in that event. We weren't even in studio. But at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, I wanted to showcase what we call the Decatur Flats. A place that we will see show up big time for some anglers this week on Bassmaster Live. And I'll be able to show it through a couple different ways, some underwater graphics as well as some Lake Master mapping. And so at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, this is what it looks like. You're out in the middle of the lake. and not far from takeoff. There's some places obviously more offshore, but when we suck the water out of Wheeler Lake, some of these saddles, some of these offshore places are maybe the deeper ledges, and this is where fish probably, when they first get out there to their deepest places, will be, and you can normally run those crankbaits, things like that. But when we go to the next underwater that we're about to go to, this is where we are, right where the creek channel or the main channel on Wheeler will run through, and you can see where other big channels connect as well. And then up on top of here, outside of those channels, is what we would call the Decatur Flats. And so when we go underneath the water, you can see those big barge tie-ups as well, those channel buoys. And when we look at it through a Lakemaster mapping type of setting, the green is that mid-depth that we would call mid-depth shallow, 4 to 12 feet, 4 to 8 feet of water. The red is ultra shallow. So you've got the main channel here, the blue, the darkest blue, 20 to 30 feet of water at least, and deeper than that. And then when we clear that and we see these red portions, that is very, very shallow. When the water was lower at Wheeler, the flats were out of the water. And so some of these places are going to be places that fish continue to funnel in and out of. And if we go a little bit farther, the next view, you can see a zoomed in version of one of these where you can see actual, real shallow flats there. 0 to 3 feet of water. You'll see the 4 to 10 feet of water places, and then the yellow is that 7 to 15 feet of water. So depending on where you are just off that main channel is how deep you can be. And so these fish can wander and roam on these flats. A lot of the anglers are talking about, if we got current flow, it positions them a lot better. They're a lot easier to predict where they'll be. But otherwise, you've got long, expansive flats right off the main channel, and you got to kind of pick your poison, find the place. Maybe it's a 3 or 5 fish school. You would ideally hope it was a 20 to 30 fish school. But Davey, you can see it perfectly. Ingalls Harbor, they made that takeoff ramp in the best place on the lake, right close to the best water. But the flats haven't shown up as big as we thought they would. It's not as early of a guarantee as we've seen in past years. So we'll see maybe day 2, 3, 4 that we'll see some anglers we can populate the flats with on Bassmaster Live.
Gerald Swindle on the move, checking all the spots he's got up here. Spring Creek. And he's talking about the bridge, and he is there. May not be the only one there, it looks like.
That was me this morning when that smallmouth jumped off. I was about that mad. And fish stay right there.
School's out, let's go fishing.
Let's go.
Me.
Getting an early start on Father's Day weekend. Take
That's
a dad
right.
fishing.
Yeah. What could be better?
You got a $15 lure down there.
Oh,
Right.
there's so many $15 lures under that bridge. On both sides of that bridge.
I'd be crying too.
gosh.
Perfect little just.
Tommy Martin
Low
probably
place.
lost one there in 1974.
Still there.
They fished a lot, but they do live here. That taco got him. That daggum taco.
Your TH Marine Weather Watch, warmer tomorrow by about 2-3 degrees. Humidity starting to inch up a little bit as well. That's going to be the trend through Sunday and probably into Monday here in northern Alabama.
Did he just say Taku has them today? Because if
He
he
said
does,
something about Taku.
that's gonna make me happy. I might have had him in Bucket C, and he doesn't. Taku's not in Bucket C frequently.
No.
He's Bucket C is 40th to 60th in points. He's never around there.
No.
What's that song about King of Wishful Thinking?
That's what I'm hoping for. I'm just trying to, you know.
King of Wishful Thinking.
That's probably one of them songs I'm not sure if I had never.
I might have the words mixed up.
He is not happy. That water's cold.
Where you got Taku at? Let's get him on my mind now, Suits.
He's does not have bass track pinion today.
He might be one of the. He might be one of the Marshall list guys. There's only a few.
He might have 22 pounds, Ronnie.
Hey, if it says 0, and we hear a rumor he has some, it can be 7 pounds and it can be 27, and I often opt for it to be 27. That's
Might as
where I'm
well
looking
consider it 27 for now.
Yeah, he caught 39 at Fork. You know, who knows?
Yeah. Brandon Lester still 4 fish.
Couple nice catches by Cole Sands and Bill Lowen. Have them sitting inside the 30s. Sands is tied for 18th.
In here. I've been waiting on you for several hours, buddy. You ain't big, and it was about the ugliest fish catch probably of my career, but I got his butt. Whew. It ain't much, but that's 5. It's a step in the right direction. I had to double check it like twice because it's been so long since I got a bite. I'm like, is it really a bite? Really? Yeah. Had me around that dock post. I got to retie my leader right quick, but that's all right.
Always good to get number 5.
Got to get number 5. He could stand a couple of 4s right about now, too,
Yes.
the way things are standing on day number 1 here. Full field fishing out here on Wheeler Lake. Trying to make it to the top 50 at the end of tomorrow. Day 2's action. Updated leaderboard right now. No updates in the top 3. It's been those 3 for a long time. Actually 4. Ryan Smith has been tucked up in there for a good while. Drew Cook, though, up into our top 10 over the last couple hours.
We've got Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, California, Florida again, Connecticut, Canada, Alabama. There we go. And New Hampshire. We got it all, Tommy.
Hey, we got it all. A lot of diversity. That's what we're always pushing for here. Diversity in techniques and anglers. Timothy Doobie also and Brandon Card added to our top 10. Now we know, and now we're going to head away for just a second. Back on the Tennessee River, city of Decatur, Alabama. That's our fantastic host city. We're going to stay in Alabama for our next elite event. That's in 2 weeks, Cullman, Alabama, and Smith Lake, the first time ever. A lot of people find this hard to believe that the elites have ever been to Smith Lake. Not as the elites. They went as the Elite 50s before the Bassmaster Tour, a couple of events there. But the first time for this crew to ever tee it up on Smith Lake. Different situation there. Boy, lots of spotted bass, clear bass, herring lake, lots of differences to where we are right now.
I called one of the best anglers at Smith Lake, Tommy, and he says, I'm not sure what happens during the daytime at Smith in June, around July, because we fish night tournaments around that time to avoid the wakeboard boats. So we'll see.
Be a lot of recreational boat traffic there.
Morning bite will be important.
This happens to be the week before the 4th of July.
Oh, man.
A lot of things going for it.
Oh, man, that's when things get really busy, no matter where you are.
If
there's a lake.
Jordan Lee told me that the tournaments end at 10 a.m. there from the heat a lot of times.
Uh-oh.
And he doesn't fish in the summer either there, really.
Not ours.
That's for the weekend hard. Mine.
They said they used to do night tournaments from 6 to nighttime, you know? And then they said they started now at nighttime and end at midnight because the wakeboard boats keep staying out longer. They don't go back in at dinner time.
Our points leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points, 40th place as it stands right now, about as far down as he's been all year long. At any point, in any tournament.
Our technology has changed, and we talk about the live sonar aspect is certainly part of it. But in 2024, someone good with their electronics, he's just not going to stump his toe, but so bad. Even on a bad day,
there's a floor that
he's
way
throwing
higher
at.
for him.
Yes, it really is, and.
Yet we see people with the same capabilities and skill sets stub their toes here and there. It's just
Well,
when you get on a roll, that's the momentum.
I don't know about
aspect.
same skill set, but the same equipment, same possible capabilities. I agree with that 100%.
That's crazy.
Justin Hamner is
Should be hungry, dude.
12th in
I'm
it.
hungry, you hungry?
Hamner's the only one
I
gaining
can't
ground
remember
on
the last time I've
McKinney's
had this bad of a day fishing.
so far today.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I take that back. Jacob Faust, who started top
even
10
sure if I
AOIs,
caught
now 5th. He's in 17th
Something
place.
random. At least it'd be pulling.
Caught a 4 pounder here recently.
Dude. Oh. My handle slipped off the reel. Gosh, dude, them were... My hand freaking slipped, of all freaking things. Dude, they were so big. Like, I'm talking giants. They better be careful. Oh, I gotta say. 'Cause they slap it, it does bite back. And they're getting awful testy. If I hook one of these, we'll be good. We'll just go in.
Logan Parks promised throwing around a little concrete later in the day, and what he's doing.
Come on.
McKinney has got some
How
big ones
dare you.
following his glide bait.
Oh, you're not funny. Come on. Be stupid. You're never stupid. Just be stupid.
He's going to get one, like he said, to mess up here in a minute and bite
One
back.
time. It's nice and chilly in my box. They're so big.
Little cold there for Brandon Lester.
Well, guys, we switched rhythm. Why don't we just get one bite for all 5? I had a jumbo come up and thought he was gonna be cute. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh, he almost sees it. Wish they wouldn't see it. They all need to see it at once. Yeah, they like big. This one ain't doing the trick. I want to sink all the way down to the bottom. So close to screwing up is what they are. They're this close. This close. I don't know if I have enough time. If I let them rest and make one first good cast, there's a chance I could catch one. If I catch one of them, we'll be fine. Just for points wise, 12's good, but I don't know, it's not, you know. Hate to be greedy, but because today has been tough. But what I just saw makes you very greedy. Got the old big rod. Come on, do something fun. I keep slipping off my reel handle. Keeps messing me up. I'm gonna let it sink all the way to the bottom, even if they see it or not. We'll try working it up out of them. These fish are so picky. That one was that close to screwing up. Big time. He comes so close of it, I felt it miss a swing. Nope, I'm not twitching it. I'm not. Oh, I am. Oh my gosh. They're about to screw up. They're about to screw up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No. 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 Oh. Gosh, this will make you go insane. Literally hammered it. If I wouldn't have leaned and kept going, I'd have probably caught one. It was hard not to lean. They were all freaking coming after it. Ah. All right, this cast. Come on, Lloyd. Come on. Dude, I'm like shaking. Come on, it's still sinking. Oh my gosh. They're so close. Probably just gonna have to come back. I'm gonna try my Nico though. I don't know what this guy thinks he's doing. Gerald Swindle. Gosh dang it, he's going right over to the other one. Oh well. Ooh, this rod's hot.
Logan Parr's hooked up.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so hot.
Ooh. Might help.
It'll be close, I think.
As small as a 112.
That'll be close. Oh,
we've been
Trey got one
watching
on the
Trey
bite.
patiently.
He said they're big ones.
He said if it's a bass, it's a world record.
Feels good to get a bite though.
Might be stripers. That's why.
We're
Okay.
kinda catching a lot of fish today, honestly.
Well,
it's kind of surprising.
There's got to be a bass mixed in. Open your mouth. Ow. Okay.
Saw that sucker just kind of suspended right on the side of this thing.
Come on. Hey, you're not coming in the boat. I hope you know that. Okay. Oh, that would have been a nice
They look
size
like big
for a
ones,
bass.
Tommy, because they were.
Because they were.
That's because they're big.
They are.
This is the wrong variety. There might be a bass or two mixed in. Persist right along those lines.
That one won't help Trey McKinney, Davey Height. That one does not look and act like a largemouth or smallmouth that would count this week, but they're all still chasing John Cruz. 19 pounds, 2 ounces. Cliff Prince hanging tight from his early flurry. John Garrett slowly upgraded from his 15 to 17 and change. Brian Smith. We see now Mark Menendez creeping in our top 10 with 15 even.
Brand new entry.
We know Wes Logan's done for the day. He is headed in. We will see who else maybe makes a move into our top 10 when we come back.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Here it is. Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Getting into the short rows, as they say. Getting close to the end of the day's work for these 100 anglers out there on Wheeler Lake today. There's your Lawrence bird's eye view of Ingalls Harbor right there. Just not too long from now, around 3 o'clock Eastern time, they will begin the festivities. Dave Mercer will be on hand, of course, to get everyone fired up and ready to see what has transpired out on the water today, and we will see all and make everything official. Great place to have to wait too. Convenient for the anglers, convenient for the crowd. Plenty of parking, plenty of free parking, I should say. And that's a story told again by the Rant's Bird's Eye View.
What a beautiful venue. What a beautiful day on Wheeler Lake.
As you mentioned, added earlier, Davey, it gets them out of that current, which helps things when you're trying to launch 100 boats.
Yes, it does.
And bring them back in.
Yes, it does. Good fishing today. Slowed down a little bit in the afternoon. I think the lack of wind, and looks like a few clouds building now, but high skies, low wind. The afternoon bite just a little slower than maybe I anticipated. Yep. Good mid-morning and midday.
Absolutely. A little later in the morning was excellent.
I would 100% agree with you, and we've been keeping an eye, kind of like an Alabama tracker in our Bass Track leaderboard of the top 10 to see how many Alabama anglers are in our top 10, because at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, that's kind of the question of the day when you're thinking about fantasy fishing, falcon rods drain the lake. Who do you choose and when do you choose them? And because falcon rods drain the lake is the game mode where you have 8 anglers on your team, more than you have in any other game mode, but you can only use them one time per year. You have to be precise. You have to be accurate when you pick your angler. And so for the state of Alabama to have 13 Elite Series pros currently fishing as we hit our Alabama swing, but I would say none of them specifically call Wheeler Lake their home lake. You know, we have guys like Justin Atkins who would call Pickwick their home lake, not far away. You have guys like Jordan Lee and Gerald Swindle who are lakes, whose home lakes would be Gunnersville. Most of these other anglers would call the Coosa River their home. Maybe Mississippi transplant Joseph Webster would call Smith Lake his home lake. That's the next stop. So when do you choose them? Who do you choose? That's kind of the big thing. That's why we have a lot of guys on Bassmaster Live today. Logan Parks is holding up his end of the bargain for people who may have picked him and saved him for this event. But it's kind of hard when you have a great state with this many anglers, Davey, that can catch them all over the country. When do you pick a Scott Canterbury? Do you pick them here, or maybe you used them in Texas, Louisiana, or Florida? Maybe you save, Justin Hamner for a smallmouth swing. Maybe you used him in the Classic. There's kind of the questions to go along with that. Kyle Welcher, how is he going to do? I saw he was pre-practice in Smith Lake as well. So over the next 2 weeks, you've probably picked your team with a couple Alabama anglers this week, but who did you save for Smith Lake and beyond? That's the question for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. 13 Elite Series pros in the state of Alabama for our 2 Alabama lakes.
Stuff there. Let's get out to
Who'd you pick,
Wes
Tommy?
Logan.
How many Alabama guys are on your Drain the Lake, you think?
Let me look. I'm going to have to go.
I need to know who you saved for next week so I can pick them.
It was interesting you talked about that there, Ronnie. I remember early on in my career, some of the greatest anglers I've ever known were from the state of Alabama. There's always been a lot of good anglers there, but there were very few at the top level B.A.S.S. fishing full-time from Alabama back then, but that has certainly changed. What is that music?
You know exactly what that music is. Yes.
Power pole replay of the day.
If you didn't know by the music, Davey, you knew because Breedlove is yelling in our ear for us to roll the power pole replay of the day. Wes Logan earlier today, Davey.
Well, I might take this one just because he caught it on. In fact, he said, or was that you, that he got a jig out of the cedar chest or somewhere like that. He broke a jig out, put his frog up, pulled a jig out of a cedar chest.
Museum.
Had it packed away and put in the museum one day, and boy, it did not take long before he waylaid about a 4-pounder, almost a 4-pounder. Wes Logan.
Gave a little love to Randall Tharp for the flipping jig.
Yeah, I mean, where did that come from? I don't know. He wasn't in the cedar chest. Power pole replay today, Wes Logan. Big fish on a jig.
God, there's so much hostility in our ears right now. It's beyond me.
Back out to Trey McKinney. Three Alabama anglers I have on my Drain the Lake team.
Ooh.
Just so you know.
Care to tell us who after this catch?
Sure.
Ooh, not a striper here. This is a bass that'll help Trey McKinney.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Solid help right there.
We got a little bit of time. Hopefully we'll catch them here. Got a little bit of time. They're just so spread out from everybody hitting them. Yeah.
He's in the second flight.
Oh, my bad. We gotta go.
Good, solid help there. We can't even try a lot of different baits on these fish. Caught a striper on a hair jig. Finally broke out a big worm. Looks like about a 10-inch magnum worm of some sort.
If you catch a fish after noon this week, it's a bonus fish. But for that fish to cull and upgrade, that's even bigger bonus. That's a huge. It might not seem like the biggest cull, but the importance of
there's a lot of points right there in that cull.
Cow.
He went from,
Throw to get a big bite.
yeah, we had him unofficially at 10.5. I think he was a little heavier than that, but that puts him solid 12, 13 pound range. That's huge. It's towards the angler of the year points.
Be a little shakeup in that Angler of the Year leaderboard after today. John Garrett's making a move. Jacob Fouts. Hamner.
That was cool.
Yeah. Now, we don't have Chris Johnston, but Corey is
Save that for another adventure.
fallen to McKinney so far today. And Jordan Lee hasn't, unless he culls again, he's fallen behind Hamner into third.
Definitely have to watch Jordan weigh in this morning. Keep in mind, he said he had 2 for what, 11 ounces,
11
12
ounces, yeah.
total?
A 6 and a
6 and an 8 ounce.
5.
Might be some surprises when he weighs in.
Cody Huff.
He's been low, yeah.
He started the week in 5th. He's slowly just been, even Cody Huff's final day charge from 6th to 2nd at Murray gained him enough points to move into the top 5, and so now he's 4th, and he's one who's, I think that came up close. He's got a 2nd at Pickwick, a 2nd at Murray, a 3rd at Champlain last year. So in his short Elite Series career, he's been close. He got a 3rd in the Classic.
I was going to say, he had a great Classic
He's
this
going to
year
be right
also.
there. I think he's about time to be ready for his breakthrough.
Those were bass.
Brandon Card with the cullies at 16 pounds even, tied with Drew Cook and Alex Wetherell, 16-0.
I do. I'm waiting. I know he's right there.
Seen lots of fish catching today. We have seen some movement up and down the leaderboard. We have seen some point situations change for some of our anglers, some of them who really needed things to change. All in all, it's been fun to follow during the course of the day here at the first trip to Wheeler in a good while for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
A lot of diversity we talked about this morning we thought there would be, but maybe even surprising to me the way we saw anglers all the way up the Elk River, all the way up the Tennessee River, all the way down the Tennessee River, everywhere in between, frogs, big crankbaits, Carolina rigs, you name it.
Always a challenge for these guys, depending on the time of the year, especially. And this is one of those challenging times of the year, but and conditions are making it a little bit more of a head scratcher and a problem to figure out for these guys. But we've seen plenty of them who've done very, very well today. Hats off to John Cruz for leading this thing.
A little bit of mystery. They say nowadays the technology tells too much of the story and there's less mystery. Well, in tournaments like this, Tommy, even with technology, I'm not sure what we're going to see tomorrow. It's a little bit of a mystery, so I'm excited about that.
Couldn't begin to tell you. I don't know who's gonna advance tomorrow and who's gonna not advance. And for some of the anglers, there's still more fishing time on their day. If they're in the later flights, they have as much as an hour more of time. But you can see many boats checking in because the weigh-in is going to start promptly at 3 p.m. Eastern Time there at Ingalls Harbor. Tomorrow, we start at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, just as we did today on Bassmaster.com, and bring you 7 hours of coverage here at this program. And of course, we'll be around on the weekend as well on FS1, FS2, and Fox. We'll fill you in on the details with that tomorrow, and we will see you at 8 a.m. right here. Yeah.